Welcome in to Draft Night Live. Couple little things we had to get fixed, but we did. We're nice and happy and done finally. We're excited to watch this thing unfurl. Should be an interesting ride. Welcome in to all of you fans, other fans, whoever you are tonight. We're going to have a good time with it. We got about 20 minutes till the first clock starts. And I got to tell you, we're going to have a lot of debate about this. But what's on the top of your mind right now? How you feeling? Is there relief as much as it is for me?
I mean, I just got back from vacation last night, so I'm feeling very good, relaxed. And you guys, if you didn't know, I was in Vegas for 5 days. 5 days in Vegas, where we spared no expense on food. Nice. It was the greatest week of food I've ever experienced in my life. There were zero misses. None. We missed not once. My wife did a fantastic job putting together the food extravaganza that we experienced over 5 days. So right now I'm feeling fantastic. And to come back and then to start the lives for the draft is just a great situation to find yourself in. So outside of the jungle that was my backyard, I got to mow that this afternoon, but everything else barring has been fantastic. Oki, I've actually had to go back and forth multiple times about this because there were so many good ones. The first night we went to Amaya in the Cosmopolitan. That was probably the best meal that we had. It's a Mexican restaurant. We started with the charred octopus. I sent Ryan a picture of that, actually.
Yes, you did, and I'm going to do that next week.
yeah, and then I had birria tacos for my they were the best I've ever had. Like it's no joke. That meal was the best. But another really good one was Best Friend, a Korean Mexican dish, like a fusion restaurant, and their shrimp, the dynamite shrimp, I think it was, or something like that, was incredible. And then we had this date cake for dessert, and it was fantastic. Like maybe the best dessert that we had there.
Well, Dan B seems to recognize, so I'm glad that you had such a good time, and I am going to hit you up for all the recommendations because we'll be there for a couple of days here next weekend.
Let's go.
So I'm looking forward to it. It does sound pretty dang good, doesn't it? Okay, that's the fun part. And I'm going to tell you what else sounds pretty good is the fact that I get to pull it out every now and then and throw this on. So cheers to our guy, Therese. I hope that you're enjoying this one and that you will as we continue to go on. They're doing the roll call here of the stars and the stuff that they got going on and the way that they're dressed. So I think we're ready to start talking about who's going to go where. And there has been all kinds of rumor this last 48 hours. More so than maybe the last 3 or 4 or 5 years that I remember. Like so much stuff. And remember 2 weeks ago, the talking heads were all telling you, oh, everybody's going to go, all the tackles are going to go high and everything's going to do this. And there's not going to be much action. And now today it's like nobody wants anyone in this class. Everyone's trading up into the top 10. It's absolute pandemonium. And I am absolutely here for it. I love the chaos because you got to do what is best for you. And that's where I wanted to start. I put out a little short from a clip that I did last night that's important to me. And I want your take because yes, this is a Chiefs channel, folks. If you don't know us yet or you're new to us, like and sub, make sure you hit the bell so you know what's going on here. But I'm just so concerned about the first baby step of Mike Borgonzi's career because this is an easy way to trip and fall. And I think it sets up the whole draft, what they do right now. And I'll say this. If it comes down to anything else than Travis Hunter going to Mike with the first pick, something's gone drastically wrong in Tennessee, in my opinion. Where do you stand?
I think because of what happened in Kansas City, it will play a very large role in the selection tonight. I know that Mike Borgonzi said that we're just going to take the best player on the board. I don't think he's going to do that because the best player is Travis Hunter in the class. But that puts him in a situation where now we have to assume that the class next year or the pick next year is better. There's no guarantees that they're going to have the 1 pick next year. There's no guarantee that if they have the 3, they're going to get a great quarterback there. I believe he's going to take the swing, and I think he's going to go Cam. And I think that that's probably what you end up seeing. And honestly, you guys, if you have not seen my full board, you can go to NFL33.com and download both Ryan's and mine's right now. And if you see, Cam Ward's not my QB1, but they're right there in the second round. I don't have a first round grade on either of these quarterbacks. I don't. Now, Shedeur is my quarterback 1, but as a second round grade. So you have to take some of that into consideration, right? Like these guys are not first round quarterbacks in my mind. Going back through the evals, I think Cam Ward's upside is more, but there's a lot that you have to, playing at Incarnate World, then Washington State, and then going to Miami, where the offense is very RPO heavy, and they didn't have to face the best defenses out there. Like there's a lot that has to go into this. So I agree that they probably should just take Travis Hunter and say this is the best player in a down year of a draft, and we're going to take it and we're going to find out what to do. But I think they're going to take the swing and they're going to take Cam Ward because of the pressure that comes with not only being a first-time GM, but having a younger head coach now that everyone's a little bit on their edge, where this is we have to win. We have to find a way forward, and we don't want to assume the next year is going to be better.
I agree with you. Nothing's for certain. You can't go there. Now, folks, it's the same post that I posted mine the other day. It's free on NFL 33. That I can't make it any simpler of an address to say than NFL33.com. You go there and you will see the front page here. Just click right in here on my smiling face. My board, Dan's board right underneath. You can download them all. They're PDFs. They're super simple to open. And when you do, you end up seeing this. If I can get it to present here, maybe I can't. So let me take that out and put this up. And this is one version. I'm going to be updating this all night for you guys. This is my live version, not the PDF version. So we're going to make some notes. We're going to cross some guys off when they get taken, and we're going to go through the whole thing. So make sure that if you want it, you can get it. But on the other thing on the post on NFL 33 is the draft guide. If you haven't gotten it yet, you can still do that. It's right here. It'll take you right to Rogue APC. Makes life super simple, and it's going to give you everything that you need. Make your life easy, because tomorrow we're going to be resetting the board. We're going to be doing the whole 9 yards, and that's going to be a challenge in of itself.
Yeah, for me, I don't know if it'll update while I'm doing it. Probably not, but I'm going to be going through and highlighting names in blue that are drafted in red for when the Chiefs draft. So that's how I've always done it. I don't know if it'll update directly because took me a little while to figure some things out this afternoon, trying to put it on the NFL 33 page. And it might just be a screenshot of it up there, which is fine, but we'll get everything figured out for you guys for tomorrow.
I like it. DFN Lone Wolf, I respect your guys' opinions, but you're wrong about Shedeur and Cam, meaning you think that they will both go tonight. I mean, I have Cam as a first round guy, so he's here on my board, and I have Shedeur below Jackson Dart. That's the key here. I wonder if the Chiefs aren't, because if we're right, and all the rumor today is that the quarterbacks are not as well touted as we thought, that actually helps the Chiefs, because if they get stuck and all their first round grades are off the board, much like mine will be, it allows them an opportunity to move out. And maybe that's boring for a first night of the draft. I completely agree. But value-wise, if you look, and Dan, I have not taken a hard look at your counts either, but mine, the girth is right here in rounds 2, 3, and 4. That's it. That's where they need to be to make selections. So if they move back and they stay in the top 100, I'm really, really comfortable with that, and I like it. So Lone Wolf, everybody's got their opinion. I appreciate yours as much as anybody. So cheers for saying that, and we'll see how it goes.
And just like I don't hate either of these players. I want them both to succeed. I'm not saying they're not going to succeed, but I'm just looking at their tape. Both of them have very large holes to fix, and that's fine. That's okay. I want them both to succeed. I really love Cam and Shador. I love both of them. I think that the fact that you see them practicing together, going in through this draft process, they've been going to workouts together, trying to get better. I love that. Really, what Shador has done is trying to adjust his release point. That's been a huge part because he's very arm over. It's very arm over, which takes off some of the velocity and the RPMs that you can get on your throw. So if you take that and try to just adjust it a little bit off to the side, which he is trying to do, you will get more RPMs, which will allow him to have more success throwing in wind and cold conditions, which is one of the bigger problems for a guy who he's got above average arm strength. Like, he's towing that line for me, in my opinion, but he doesn't have a great arm. But he wins with accuracy, ball placement, and I'm still a big fan of his ability in the pocket. That's why I know that he gets himself into bad situations, but I watch what he does when the play is just called for him to just read it out. I think he has good pocket awareness, and he has the footwork to be able to do that. An underrated aspect of being able to step up and get out of the pocket. So again, I think that both of them have their merits, and that's why they're both right next to each other for me. As I don't care if you have one or the other at one or not, but for me, they're both the two best quarterbacks in this class. And I hope they prove me wrong. I hope they come out and they end up first round quarterbacks and they end up leading a franchise. That's what I want. I don't want players to be bad. Nobody does.
Absolutely. I certainly don't either. I'm just trying to be real about it, because for everybody that says, hey, you're a hater on X guy or whatever, comes the flip side. Comes what we watched with Clyde Edwards-Helaire, where you're not able to live up to the expectations of a first-round pick. And that can derail not just a season, but a whole career. So I want to see guys taken where they belong, where they are capable of fulfilling that expectation. And it sucks to put it that way, but expectation does play a factor in how well a guy develops.
Absolutely. And not even just that. You don't know what happened. Like, nobody knew what happened to Clyde. No one knew that coming out, that he went through what he went through. So there's so many different things that we don't know. I don't have access to any of the interviews, the process, the medicals, the off-field stuff. Teams do. What I get to watch and what I get to evaluate is the film. That's what I have. So there's going to be differing factors. There's going to be more opinions. And the one thing that I hate the most is listening to anonymous coaches say some BS on Twitter about players. Just get out. Nobody wants that nonsense. If you're going to say something, put your name on it so everyone can say it, so we can all see it. Like, that's why we do this. My name is on every single evaluation, every single film review. So guess what? If I'm wrong, you have actual evidence, and I can always say, yeah, I was wrong. But that's the beauty of it. We're all going to be wrong. We're all going to be wrong. So why not put your name on something?
Well, and that's the thing is, was it a tool? Because that's what I've been wondering the whole time, is like, why do you put it out there? Are you trying to get him to drop? Because that's my thing. Like, did somebody say that so that they might convince somebody else around the league to pass on him? Because it's the only thing that makes sense to me. But if you guys would hit the like, we'd appreciate it. Make sure you subscribe as well. Oh, it looks fairly warm in Green Bay here. I do have the TV on over here, so we're not going to telegraph picks, but I will react as they're on the broadcast. Dan, I assume you're streaming it as well?
I am, yes.
Okay. James Bond, appreciate you. I just want to say thanks for you for taking it all in, and we really, really appreciate the fact that you're here. So we're going to get to your questions, and for those of you that are throwing out super chats, thank you very much. We appreciate the support, and we'll definitely answer every single one of them. But we're going to kind of roll. Because we have a long time to wait, I don't feel like we have to cram in a ton of information. We're just going to kind of take it easy. Say hello to the new members. I put a couple of you up there already. Cheers and welcome. Really hope we don't stay at 31, said Minotaur, one of our core members. Appreciate you, Minotaur. I agree. I just want out of that pick one way or another. Will I be disappointed if they don't pick tonight? A little bit, but I'll live with it. Better than forcing a selection that doesn't belong there, in my opinion.
That's all you can do, right? You want to hope that they're not going to force something, but this type of thing is probably going to end up happening. I don't expect them to be able to get very high, and unless someone just really falls, and you don't have any reason why. Like, you don't like again with Trent McDuffie. When Trent McDuffie was falling because he had short arms. Oh, okay.
Thanks.
Cool. We'll go get him. We'll go, oh, look at that. He's an all-pro corner. Big shock there. But if you are seeing someone fall and there's a reason, you're probably not going to see the Chiefs trade up. But if they're sitting there and someone's falling and they're just like, why? Okay, there you go. They're going to go get somebody. But I'm on the opposite end in terms of trading back. I don't think they're going to be able to. I think all of the smoke that we're hearing over the last 3 days is just that. Teams are desperately trying to get someone else to trade up for their pick. That's that they are desperately trying to do so. That is what they want. So I don't really believe there's this whole teams are going to trade up like James Palmer tweeted out yesterday. Teams are actively going to trade up in the end of the first round. No, they're not, because Brett Veach has already said, yeah, we're not really getting calls to trade down. So we have proof from a team at the end of the first round that has already said, yeah, not really. I don't really think that there's going to be much going on there. And if there is, honestly, it would shock me if someone traded into the first round for one of these quarterbacks. It would shock me.
I kind of feel the same way. And honestly, I think that's one of the reasons they had this late call just what was it, 2 days ago with Travion Henderson, because they might find themselves in the same situation they were with Clyde and they were with FAU, where their firsts are gone. And you got to do the best you can to improve your team at that point. I don't know if someone was interested, it would depend on where they were coming from, Minotaur. A lot of folks talking about, if the Giants go pass rusher early because Cam goes 2 to the Browns, what would they come up for, that kind of thing. I think you can expect to get something along the ways of a fourth, maybe a low third, if somebody has that. If they were coming up 5 picks or more, I just have a hard time seeing it. In fact, I'm not going to see it. I'm going to wait until I see it before I say it's going to happen. What would Judkins' draft stock have been if you only looked at the Ole Miss film? Ole Miss, I thought was decent. It wasn't as explosive in my mind. What did you think?
See, I have him as a fringe first round pick based on just his Ole Miss tape. I loved his tape, and that's why when I did his film breakdown, I went back and showed you guys some Ole Miss tape, because that's a big thing, right? It's not just looking at what he did this past season, which was put on weight, and he was asked to be the battering ram. That's what he was asked to do. Okay, so there's always going to be some different things that players are asked to do. Like, if go look at Walter Nolan, he was asked to play 1 tech when he said at the Senior Bowl, I'm a 3 tech, but he played 1 tech all this past year. There's going to be some different things that players are asked to do versus what they're best at. Quinshawn, again, was asked at Ohio State to be a battering ram. He's not the most athletic guy in the world, even at Ole Miss. Like, he's not a Saquon Barkley type player, but I thought he was much more explosive, more dynamic, and he was asked to do more. He was the guy. He was the clear guy, and he got the most of the work, and you saw that at Ole Miss. So I would have had him as a fringe first round talent. Now, obviously, that will value base maybe change where he gets picked, but overall, you saw a lot more there than we saw at Ohio State until nearing the end of the season, when they were like, hey, just hand the ball off, hand the ball off, hand the ball off. And you start to see some of the tools that he really has.
And I personally, and Travion, appreciate him taking on that role. So thanks, buddy. Dan B also wanted to know what your other targets are.
Yeah, so you guys, I have, again, you can see this on my board on NFL33.com. I have 16 first-round picks, grades. Okay, I have 16 first-round grades. You can argue for any one of the quarterbacks, Malachi Starks out of Georgia as well, but they did not make it into the first round for me. And I love Malachi Starks, but again, we're talking about a little bit of value with safety, a guy who's going to play predominantly too high in nickel in the NFL. That's going to have some effort, some emphasis on it as well. But just looking at a couple of positions, again, I'm a big fan of Josh Simmons. If the injury checks out and the Chiefs medical staff is, again, if the medical staff says it's okay, and all we've heard is good news about it, we haven't heard anything bad. Right. Is that smoke? Possibly. We don't actually know. We don't have the evaluations from the team. So that's another thing as well you have to consider. So he's the bullet for me. Like, I would love to see Josh Simmons in Kansas City, but if they don't end up going tackle, because if you guys watched or looked at my last first round mock that dropped on the Draft Network earlier today, I have the 3 guys that I have first round grades on all going inside the top 11. All of them. Josh Simmons, Will Campbell, and Armand Membo, all going in the top 11, specifically because of the quote unquote injury news that we've heard. So I'm not entirely sold that they're going to be able to get one of the first round picks talents at tackle. So if we look at defensive tackle, you're looking again, guys that are mostly second round grades. I don't believe Walter Nolan is going to make it out of the top 15 either. He's another player that I would love to see in Kansas City, but I don't think he's coming outside there. Again, crazy things have happened. We don't actually know, but this is my guess. You have Tyleik Williams, Derek Harmon, Kenneth Grant are the defensive tackles that you could argue the Chiefs can take at the end of the first round. But again, Tyleik Williams is more of a deep run. All three of them are better run defenders than they are pass rushers. All three of them. Every single one of them. So there's some of that as well. I think the dark horse for me is Trey Amos out of Ole Miss. I have a early second round grade on him, but corner is going to be pretty decent value in my mind. I don't think you're going to have to worry too much about many corners going. But again, we don't really know. So those are a couple of guys that I have. I wouldn't rule out wide receiver either. If they can get an explosive guy there at the end of the first round. I know people are going to talk about Luther Burden. Whatever. I personally don't want him in Kansas City, but I understand the talent. If they can get his head right and the work ethic stuff all figured out, it is what it is. But that's really what it is. Running back, Omarion Hampton would be fun. Travion Henderson, if they can get him, I think would be fun. I love Quinshon, but at the end of the first round, probably not where I'm going. If Omarion's there, he's probably the only running back that I would consider drafting at the end of the first round. So those are the guys that I've run through at the end of the first, but right now it could be anybody. I mean, I don't really have a really good one for you.
Well, that's fair. And Dan, just for our information, when we go to this view, I'm going to try to take myself out when you're talking about your board, and we can do the opposite, or whenever we feel like taking a break. Folks, we're going to be a marathon. We're going to be here all night for you. We're going to be here tomorrow night for you. Then I'm going to be at a volleyball tournament all day watching the picks on Saturday, and then we're going to recap it for you on Saturday night. And then the fun begins. Yeah. So we have a lot going on. You'll see both of our boards tonight. I just want to say thank you. And now that looks like we are about to kick off this particular draft, I do want to share just a couple of things. Thank you, Thundarius. Appreciate you a ton, buddy. I hope you're doing well. And shout out the store again, buddy. And I needed to get back to this one. We are going to try to do this. So if you're in the chat, we're getting it. I'm getting it off of the satellite feed so that I don't fall too far behind. I hope that I keep up with where you guys are. You might see it before us. So if you would do us a favor and not post in the chat to give the picks away before we announce them. Just hold on. We will let it go and let you know as soon as it's official. And if I'm the laggiest one, then we should be in good shape. And that way, nobody's getting spoiled or anything like that. Does that work for you, Dan?
That works for me. We try it every year. Let's see if we can get it done this year.
Yeah, cross our fingers. Did you watch draft day today as Roger comes in on a tricycle?
I wanted to. I really wanted to. I didn't have time. Like I was going to. I planned it out, but I got up. I had to go to the store. I got back. I had radio. I had to do some different things. Mow the lawn. It ended up being a day that I did not get to watch draft day. But I'll be very honest with you. I have seen this movie twice. It is not a tradition for me. And honestly, I don't know if I want to put myself through that every single year.
That's okay. But hey, just got to bring it up here. As the players are on the stage here, we're going to get cutting. Does value supersede taking a player that you are positive will be a hit, regardless of what round he's taken? It's part of the equation. Taking a backup quarterback because he's going to be a good player is just fine in the 7th round. But we in Kansas City can't do it in the 2nd. So it always plays a part. You can't just throw it out the window. But if you know a guy's going to be good, if you know your system fits him, you find a way to take him wherever you can and not waste value, but not take a risk at missing him either.
I think outside the top 10, it matters a lot less. It matters a lot less, specifically in this draft. That's top 10, 15. We're talking about the top of the board. The top of the board. where the best players are bound to go. And then you're going to see, like Ryan and I have said, the value in the second to fourth rounds. Again, I have 48, 52, and 85 players graded on day two, on second round, third round, and fourth round. That is a ton of players. And that's who we're going to be seeing from picks 20 all the way into day 3. Like, that's what it is. That is just how it's going to go. So I'm not too mad about value at that point. If you like a running back and you know he's going to fit your system, and again, there's no crazy off-field stuff. He's a good player. Take him. Fine. I'm not going to be too mad about it, especially in this draft.
Makes sense to me, folks. Give us a heads up if I'm cutting out. I'm hearing things a little bit weird, so I just wanted to check with you on the live stream because I'm at the mercy of Starlink. So, Dan B, is Josh Simmons the guy coming off of a bad injury? He is, but there's a lot of confusion about it. It is not an ACL. A lot of reports are out there, and people keep referring to it as is a patella tendon injury. The news that I got a few weeks ago from a source that I trust is that it is not a complete tear, and that's why there's optimism about it. Because it was surgically repaired and it wasn't complete. So you're not rebuilding it from scratch. What I also heard it is an MCL strain to go along with it at the time. That's well healed by now. It's only an 8-week injury and he had plenty of time to rest. So that's why a lot of the optimism is here. We're hoping that continues. So we will see a lot of prognosticators the last day, including guys who know people in the league, like me and Yates, are talking about putting the Chiefs and Simmons together at 31. So I think that there is a possibility that maybe he falls that far. Dan, would it surprise you?
A little bit at this point, yeah. That's why, again, I believe he's going inside the top 12. I think that because it is partial and because he seems to be in the clear with the repair, and again, we've heard nothing bad about everything that I've seen is positive regarding the injury. So I think teams are going to be far more likely, especially teams that can maybe hold off a year and just say, this guy's going to be it in 2026. And we're just going to draft him and let it be known that he's going to be our guy in 2026. Like, I feel like that's just far more likely. But if he slips because they don't want someone to have to sit a year, that's where you're going to see the Chiefs have to jump and try to go get him if he's their guy.
Yeah, that could end up being the way that it goes. Addicted, I didn't mean to jump off. You just wanted to check, and thank you guys for cluing me and making sure I'm all right here. Addicted, I'm going to get you back up here, but my chat is not responding to me.
Oh, that's fun. There you go.
There we go. Okay, thanks, Dan. What do you guys think of Quentin Skinner and Lawrence Arnold from the Jayhawks? I didn't think Grimm declared. Maybe I'm wrong, but he was my favorite. I think Skinner's next, and I think Arnold has some traits. But I think anybody in that group would be UDFAs in this class, and you hope that they come along. I personally am rooting for it to be in KC. What do you think, Dan?
I didn't see either of those players, so I'm going to have to trust your evaluation on that one.
Okay. Well, hey, we will get a chance. The clock has started. The Titans are on there. Supposedly, they're not going anywhere. And as I said, there's only one selection, Mike. There's only one. It's like Highlander. You can't get away from it. You got to take the right guy. Oxal, nice to see you. Any Chief surprises today? Who do you think we pick? Just bottom gut emotion. I fear they're not going to be able to get out of that. And I fear that if Simmons falls, it would be him. And if it's not, I'm going to go with the latest swing and think that maybe it's Henderson.
I think he's going to be gone as well. I think 3 running backs go before the Chiefs pick at 31. I think it's going to be Kenneth Grant. I think he's falling specifically because he didn't test like everyone expected him to. And teams are just like, oh, if we don't really see that upside as the athletic guy, that we're just not going to take him. And specifically when Tyleik Williams is a better run defender right now. I also think Derek Harmon's a better run defender. But there's a lot more upside there, in my opinion, with Kenneth Grant. But I think that he's a second-round player, much like I have Williams and I have Harmon as second-round players. I think that he's, again, another one you're going to have there. But I do think it's going to be Kenneth Grant.
Okay. We're going to find out. Sorry, I got touch base with the wife real quick. Thank you, Oxal. Nice to see you. Nice to see you. I know I'm wrong, but I still like Tez late in the draft. No reason not to on day 3. Who cares? I mean, we took a skinny guy from Oregon back in the day, made him into kind of a gadget player. If that can make it, I don't see why Tez can't.
The difference, the separating factor is that the one thing known about DeAnthony Thomas was that he was maybe, again, the most pound for pound toughest player on the team. That's not Tez Johnson. It's not. It's not. He's going to get blown up by NFL teams. He's going to be really quick twitch. Fine on day 3. I got no problems with it, but he is a very, very dependent player. I'm not putting him out there in 2 receiver sets. I'd be hard pressed to put him out over some of the 3 receiver sets you're going to see. I just don't think he's good enough, physical enough, or I guess big enough with his catch radius. Catch radius isn't just about how cleanly you can catch the ball away from your body. It's how far away from it you actually can catch away from your body, right? But he doesn't catch it through contact very well, and he doesn't have the tool. So on day 3, it's fine, and I'm okay with it. I would understand it because he's explosive. He is really quick twitch from the slot. He'll win consistently. I find it hard to believe that he's going to be able to withstand some of the hits he's absolutely going to take in the NFL. But again, prove me wrong. Show me.
Yeah. Hey, that's the best answer for it, right? Thank you, Kai. We appreciate you, and thanks for the support as always. Will you flip your desk if they were to pick Shedeur?
Yeah. Yeah, I would. That's not because, again, I don't like Shedeur, but it's because I don't know if I'd be able to get it up. I got my whole computer on here, so we might have to resort to doing a members video of me flipping something or breaking something. But it might have to be that way.
I'll take it. I had a little drop out there. I don't know if you lost me or not, but it's coming. It's a stormy night here, so we'll see what happens. Elijah Royal or Jaden Higgins at 66. Wow. I don't know that either of them last that long, to tell you the truth, but I'm probably going Arroyo myself. What do you think?
Yeah, I'm going to go Arroyo. I actually think I landed with a 3rd round grade on Higgins. He was not as good as I thought he was going to be. No, I did. I did end up with a 3rd round grade on Higgins. So I'm probably taking Arroyo in this situation just because I think he offers a lot more versatility with what the Chiefs want to do with their 13 personnel sets in that regard.
I got about half of that. I have him right at the bottom of the second, literally the last guy on the board in the second for me. Can't hurt. We're in the same range. I'm having some issues though, so I think what I'm going to do is drop off and let you run through these.
It's not just you. I'm seeing my internet is not cooperating with me either. So just going to have to get through with what you get through. But if you need to go, you got to go.
I'm going to try to reset it, and we'll see what happens. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. What's going on, Steven? Nice to see you, one of our members. Miss being in the stream. Yeah, it's been not just you. It's been a little while for me, too. It's nice to be back, everybody. Man, what do we got here? Looks like the pick is in from the Tennessee Titans. And you follow up here with the question, if you were to grab Travis Hunter, what would your plan be? I'm playing him a receiver. Only receiver. And that's not because I don't think he can be a great corner. I think he's going to be a great corner. I think he's got top 10 potential upside at wide receiver. And if this team is drafting him, he's playing with Patrick Mahomes, who's going to elevate him even more. Again, Travis Hunter as the receiver reminds me of a more electric Justin Jefferson. He moves the same kind of way. He's got that, condensed upper body where his legs are just long. He moves a lot of the same way when he's running his routes. So there's a lot of the same tools, but that's what I'm doing.
Well, I know you guys will be shocked. Dan and I disagree. I'm the actual opposite. I would start him at corner, and I'd let him run some routes from time to time when they're in 11. Go from that.
We have breaking news.
Dan's already got it.
We have breaking news.
Man.
The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars, and the Jaguars are coming up. We don't know who they're going to get, but they are trading up to number 2.
Ooh, daddy. Okay. All right, so maybe the rumors are true. Maybe this is going to be an absolute roller coaster. I'm here for it.
Here for it.
The commissioner's at the podium. I have him just walking up there now. Do you?
Yeah, he's just started talking.
Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
And they take the quarterback. I love you, Mike Borgonzi. You messed that up. Just telling you.
It is what we thought it was. It is what we thought it was. I mean, this is what I thought it was. I thought it was going to be Cam Ward, and everyone thought it was going to be Cam Ward. Turned out to be Cam Ward.
Whew. I hope that he lives down. I think that's going to be a mistake. I think Cam Ward has some talent, and I think he can be a proficient quarterback in this league. I don't think he in any way outweighs the evaluation of Travis Hunter.
I get it. I understand. I think that Travis is, again, the best player in the draft. But we talked about it right at the start. This is the decision. And because of what happened with Patrick Mahomes and the course of quarterbacks and teams tying a coach and a GM to a quarterback, when you are the first one to do it there, they don't want another year of Will Levis. They don't. They don't want to see it. And I understand
That's
it.
fair.
But when you're in a situation like this, you have to make that decision. I don't envy him at all. I understand it for sure.
Okay. I meant to say, Steven, I hope you're doing well, buddy. And sorry, glad you made the stream at least at some point. So cheers. Scott was asking a super chat. Thanks, buddy. Appreciate the support. Just for fun, when this draft is complete, who has more draft picks, Mizzou or KU? I think it's Mizzou by quite a bit myself.
Yeah, I think so too. You might see a lot more on day 3 from KU, but the top heavy ones are going to be Missouri.
I think 4 will go from KU specifically. I think 4 might go in the first 2 days for Mizzou. So
yeah,
I'm really interested to see how it comes up. But my gut says Mizzou. I mean, that's an artifact of playing in the SEC. The competition is better than the Big 12. Can't argue with that. At least I won't. So I think that tracks. I'm not too worried about that.
So what do you think?
So
what do you think is going to happen right here?
I mean, what are you trying to accomplish? This is the team that took Trayvon, and he did develop. Kudos to him. But you're approaching what you have to do, in my opinion, job number 1 in Jacksonville is to support the quarterback, no matter what. He's had a rough go. You tried to screw him over with a coach at one point. You don't have enough weapons. I am leaning either left tackle here, or maybe even more so, the best receiver you think fits for him, and that happens to be Ted McMillan, in my opinion, because he does what Ross did at Clemson, and that's what I read.
I think this is going to get Travis Hunter. See, I think this is exactly what they're doing.
Okay.
I think they're going up to get the best player in the draft, the best player, and that's again what they should do. Gladstone is a very was with the Rams, who were very aggressive in doing what they felt they had to do. The whole F them picks thing started because they don't care about the picks. And now they trade away a future first-round pick. Why would they do that? It's you already have the quarterback. You have him under contract. This is not for a defensive player. This is for the best player to bring in Brian Thomas Jr., who outperformed my expectations, and let him be the vertical option now. And now you bring in the explosive underneath receiver who can do everything else for you and still be that deep threat as well. So now you've got everything. So I think this is going to be Travis Hunter, and it's really not. If it's anybody else, they screwed up. They made a big mistake in trading away a future first-round pick.
I agree. I mean, and I think this would be a coup if that's what they're doing. I just don't see how. I mean, good Lord, if they don't take Travis Hunter here, I'm just baffled. So, what was the compensation? I'm trying to break it down here.
I'm looking at it right now. The Jaguars receive the 2nd overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick from this season. The Browns get the 5th, the 36th pick, a 4th round pick from this year, and a future first round pick. So their 2026 pick.
So 5-2 costs you a 2nd, a 4th, and next year's 1st. You get back a 4th and a 6th. Okay, so we'll call that a watch. So it's costing you a 2nd, and it's costing you next year's 1st. If it's not a quarterback, the only thing that I would caution against is Travis Hunter does not play one of the premier positions of either pass protector at left tackle or edge rusher. So that's really unique to see that much value go for somebody outside of that position group. I'm really interested to see what happens here. And if so, we may be witnessing the turn of the tide for the Jaguars organization of actually going after something and getting it done.
I'd be all for it, because honestly, Trevor Lawrence, I don't know if he's going to develop better. I think he's a fine quarterback. They've already paid him. I'm not sure he's getting better.
Yeah.
The next best thing is to put more around him, to give him more options.
Yep.
Be an offense where the ball can come out quickly. And that's something you can do with Travis Hunter. He's going to be able to get the yards after catch and everything like that for your offense. So this is the aggressive move. Again, if it's not Travis Hunter, they are already the biggest loser of the draft. They are already the biggest loser. It's not. It won't be close.
I try not to read too much into body language, but you think it'd be on the phone if it was going to be. Picks in. Maybe they've already concluded their conversation. He's just ready to walk up there. I hope for his sake, after everything that he's done, that it is him. To let him just be somebody that is everything he thinks he can be. Because when this whole thing first started, I didn't think a two-way player could exist in the NFL. And I still am not convinced that a two-way player can play all the snaps like he has in college. But I do think he can affect both sides. And if you're right, and they see him as a wide receiver, and that's going to be his primary role, you get somebody that comes in there, and whether it's Marvin Harrison or somebody else, and you're like, hey, we just need somebody to go lock him down. There's no reason you can't call him off the bench and be like, hey, why don't you go do this week too? And maybe it's spot duty.
You're not wrong. I think they will have packages. It will be like key situations too. Maybe you have a third down package for him specifically, or a third and long, or a second and long and third and long situation where, hey, we need you for a couple, or it's a game, got to have it situation in your defense. You're going to go out there, you're going to cover their best player. That's all you're going to do. Like, that is very much on the table. And I'm telling you right now, Travis Hunter already prepares, recovers, and gets ready for the week like an NFL player. He has dedicated his body to recovery. He knows all the ins and outs of doing it. There's a reason he's done it at this high of a level, even in college football. There's a lot of science that goes into it now, and he's gotten a lot of experience figuring that out. And I'm really sure that he is the only player that we're going to see, not just now, for a very long time, that can do that.
It's gonna be unique either way. The trade details are in, Duncan. We just kind of went over them. They got basically swapped fourths, gave up a sixth. They got a second and next year's first back in return. That's crazy. So whatever it is, this has to be an impact player that can affect the team, not just at his position, but honestly, overall, beyond that. So Duval's on the clock here. Let's see what they do.
Oh. Oh, he's got to do so much talking now.
Yeah, I'm trying to let it breathe this year, folks.
I know.
I talk through all this stuff every year. People get frustrated. Hopefully, we're all mostly in sync. You guys let us know in the chat if that was, hey, we're going to listen to him for a second. Maybe he's just going to make the pick, and we'll try not to just jam through it. Honestly, I'm a little sick again, and I'm trying to make sure that I can get through the whole weekend. So we'll have a little more like calmness here.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Here we go. Maybe, sort of.
Maybe.
Okay. Good for him. Hey, and Jonathan, we're trying not to put the picks in the chats until after we announce them, okay? So let's keep that so that we're not giving it away for folks that are trying to eagerly watch and might be a little behind.
Oh, he just made a joke.
I mean, good for him.
It is indeed taking forever. That's all he said.
Up above.
You're talking about a different one. Oh, that was minutes ago. He couldn't have been that far ahead.
I can't think so either. But I will tell you this: not only does he look happy, dude's buff for wearing pink. I'm just going to give him some credit. Like, I would not have made that choice.
I mean,
he looks pretty pumped.
we are. I mean, at least they didn't make the mistake. There's no other way they could have, right? So we haven't actually talked about the other end of this. The Cleveland Browns trading out, getting an extra second-round pick and a future first-round pick. This is actually a good trade on their part. I understand you don't get Travis Hunter, which is going to be hard to watch. There's far more that they need to do. Putting Travis Hunter in that situation, either defense or offense, it's not a great situation to be in. I think that's a little self-awareness from the Cleveland Browns, saving them from themselves and maybe drafting Hunter here. But with them at 5, feels like Shedeur Sanders might be the pick there, or at least next year they get a quarterback with 2 first-round picks. So they've put themselves in a situation where they can, I don't know, hopefully not take Ashton Genty. Again, that would be another mistake on their part. But if we did do that, that would just be, again, Cleveland being Cleveland. But overall, I think that good self-awareness from the Browns, knowing that this is going to take some time, some draft capital, and one player, as good of a player as Travis Hunter is not going to fix what is wrong with the Cleveland Browns.
Right. Not all at once. But as you said, they gave up nearly nothing if they're going after Shedeur, who we understand has lost a ton of interest. Maybe that's all smoke, but they felt comfortable enough. They're only moving back 3 spots to garner another first-round pick next year where you'll have 2, and you're getting 36. You have the ability in this draft to take 2 blue or at least purple chip players, and you get an extra bite at the apple in the first round next year. That's what washes out for the Cleveland Browns, and that is good juju. That's going to allow them to start to climb out of this hole that they put themselves in, particularly with Watson. You can wash him out of your hair at this point and just start over. And I think that that's probably the best start for them because they've tried to do some other things. They've made some, in my opinion, some foolish picks in the past. But I think this was smart. And I think despite missing out on the best talent in this class, as Dan said, you had more fish to fry. And now you get to do that. For Travis Hunter, I think it's a fit. I think he'll be comfortable in Jacksonville. I think he can walk in and help on both sides of the ball. I'm not listing the broadcast. I just have it on here. So I'm interested to see how they choose to use him. A lot of smoke from him about, hey, I want to play both ways. And I will really hope that they allow him to do that. To the question, and Scrap, thanks for it. I think Tyreek gets traded tonight. I think it's a definite possibility. I don't have a feel for it one way or the other, but I think it's definitely in the air and could be something that goes on. Let's see here. Sean was thinking the same thing about Shedeur. I like that. Appreciate you, Sean. Beefy, I was actually just about to ask if you think Cleveland would take Genty now with Chubb gone. I mean, Chubb's a free agent still. He hasn't signed anywhere that I'm aware of. If they want him back, they can get him. But I don't think so. I mean, as Dan said, that would be very Browns of you to trade out and then still take a running back that, as good as he is not proper value at that point. So I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. Looks like the Giants pick is in. We'll be making the announcement. If you guys would do what Adam's saying and would you hit the like button, we would definitely appreciate that. Goes a long way. And I'm interested to know. So how are you guys watching us? Are we on a laptop on your side? You watching on the tablet? You got us in your ear on the phone while you're watching? I'm really interested to know like the procedure y'all are using. And that maybe will help us change things tomorrow or next year or whatever you guys feel like. So I would appreciate it. And thank you, Mr. Pena.
All right.
PC.
We got the pick in for the Giants. Have you covered who you think this is going to be?
I have not, because I don't know what the hell they're doing. I will tell you this. This pick likely determines the future of this GM and head coach. Because after the debacle that has been the last 2 years, especially on Hard Knocks, putting that all out, this better be good.
Yeah. Has to be Abdul Carter, right? Has to.
Here it is. And it is Abdul Carter.
Yeah. So, with that being said, do they trade Kayvon Thibodeau?
I think they should.
They traded for
I
Brian
don't
Burns
think.
last year. They have Abdul Carter
Yep.
now. Unless you're playing him stand-up linebacker, which I understand.
Yeah,
You have
could.
you have 3 first-round valued players now at defensive end.
Jason has us on the laptop on the side. I appreciate that. Phones, people using phones, watch on laptops. I like that. That's what I do too. Like before we started doing these live streams, I would watch on the side as well. Well, I appreciate you, Alec. I really do. I definitely appreciate that. Phone,
That's
tablet.
awesome.
Thundarius, you're here. Sitting down at Dude, Where's My Vape? That's the name of his store up there in
Nice.
Iowa. Dude, Where's My Vape? After hours working on things and rocking your draft coverage. Appreciate y'all for all you do for the fans. Well, thank you. And I appreciate you, Thundarius. And I'm glad the channels are going well. And I'm glad the store's open. You're kicking butt, dude. Red, nice to see you. And maybe we should change the name. What do you think? RTR
like
Network.
I mean, no offense to I haven't watched that channel in a long time. And honestly, Peter Schrager lost my interest about 3 years ago. He's been not fun to listen to for like 3 years. And now he's at ESPN, and I have even less interest because ESPN lost my attention a very, very long time ago. So it's what I do now is basically this. Like I don't listen to sports talk anymore. I have a few podcasts that I'll listen to, but I end up yelling at them anyway. But that's just how I operate.
It happens. It is what it is. Tatum, I really appreciate you, buddy. And that makes me feel good. He said on the phone while watching, for those of you that are on your phones right now and maybe not watching, he said he's doing that while watching and learn more about the player from Ryan Dan than I do from the broadcast. So cheers to you, pal. That makes me feel pretty damn good. I appreciate you. Bro Steve is telling us that Pretty Ricky, who has had some luck, man. I mean, he's got some connections, that they're dangling Kayvon. And I think that they should. And I told you at the time, I didn't think that he was a guy that had the mentality to be great. I thought he could be a good pass rusher. I think that's what he is. I don't expect that there's a whole lot of ceiling left, in my opinion, especially in a town where they like pass rush and they remember those days at LT. Like, there's nowhere else that you're going to get pressed from the outside more, in my opinion. So, I don't know. I think that should be it for him.
Again, it's got I think that the mental stuff got to get out of his own head if he's going to be a better player, because that upside's there. But again, he's not been able to get out of his own head for who knows how long. It's going to be his entire career. And sometimes you see that happen. And it happened to Jameis Winston, had all the talent in the world to be a legitimate dude and ended up throwing 30 touchdowns, 30 picks, just because that he's an F it quarterback. He didn't want to get better. He didn't. He just didn't want to. And some players just don't want to.
And it happens all the time. And it's the one thing that we don't get that I wish we got more of is that interaction with the players, because that turns picks completely on their head. I mean, you guys get thrown off of boards and put at the top of boards because of the interviews, because of the mental makeup and the personality that they bring. And that's something we just won't know unless we're in the room. And that sucks, but it is what it is. Welcome, RP. Welcome to the memberships. Appreciate you. I think I just clicked off of something I was going to comment on, and I'm very sorry for that. So I'm scrolling back up here as we're waiting for the Patriots to do their thing.
It looks like the pick is in, at least. I haven't.
Oh, is it? Okay.
I think so, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. I'm paying attention here a little bit. Split screen. That's what I was going to say. I like that, Joshua. Split screen, 2 on the TV. I'm sorry you got to look at this, but just look that way and you'll feel better. It'll be good. Overnight. Hey, that sucks when you got to walk around with it. My internet is out watching you picture in picture while watching the NFL.
Nice.
Damn, Crosswinds. That's a long way to go, and I appreciate you for doing it. Proceeds to get 90% of my NFL from you guys. HPTC and Twitter. Well, hey, you can get it that way. I just had a fun call or talk with Cole. He's a good dude. I appreciate him. So you guys, we got it pretty good in the kingdom. You know what I mean? A lot of fan bases don't have jack. that they can trust. So
Yeah.
I'm glad that we're here. Dan, thank you for your support. We appreciate you. If you were going to learn about football and more about it in general at a more advanced level, anything you'd recommend? You go first because I got a long list.
So one of the things that I found early on that helped me was watching cool coaching clinics on Twitter, or excuse me, on YouTube. You can look up coaching clinics. They have offensive line, they have wide receiver, they have coaches that will come in. You know, they do all these clinics across colleges, high schools, and they will have them recorded. So you can get conversations from. There's one that Andy Heck has on YouTube that you can see how they teach the Chiefs offensive linemen. Their fundamentals, their techniques, the verbiage that they use. That is one of the ways that if you want to see how teams specific teach, but overall you can find some defensive ones from Bill Belichick, Nick Saban, any of them really that you want to listen to are on there. Is on YouTube. You can search cool clinic and then coach name and see if you can find them. That's one of the, I think, the easiest ways to get in and learn a lot of the verbiage.
I like that. It ties into my shockingly old school version of a similar concept. I used to go to and give clinics when I was coaching. At KU, we used to have pro coaches in all the time to give clinics to our coaches to learn. They still do that everywhere, you guys. In fact, don't tell my kids this. I'm about to go take a clinic to coach volleyball because that's what my kids play. They still give them for high school coaches in football. They give them for college coaches. You can go anywhere and you can learn from anybody. They get paid good money to teach what they know, and then there's a great way to do it. If those are televised and recorded, even better. I'll get that guy. Oh, you beat me too. Look at you, quick on the draw. I would do that. And then I would go just subscribe to NFL Plus. And especially when a play stays out to you on a given Chiefs game, go back and watch it from both angles. Take a look at what everybody's doing on that play. And that gives you the context around what the play is designed to do and what a given person's role is in it. And I think that context goes a long way to giving you a wider view of the game.
Yeah, I like that too. Because the actual advances that we've seen with NFL Pro, it's a lot more user-friendly now. And you can search things that you're looking for too. Like you can see, like if you want to see all of pass rush, like the pressures or the sacks from a specific player, you can see it and watch how they got there, right? You can see how they get to those points, and it can help you learn a little bit faster as well. But everyone wins in different ways too, so you have to remember that as well. But you can learn different techniques, see how they're winning, and really translate that. You don't have to worry about concepts and stuff. That's for a whole different conversation. There's books, there's a number of different resources that can help you get that fundamental resource. And it looks like, I don't know if you see it on your TV right now. I'm seeing lots of hugs. It looks like the pick is in for Will Campbell, LSU offensive tackle. And yes, he will play left tackle for those New England Patriots.
He'll start there. We'll see if he survives there. I'm really interested because the more I went back and forth, I think he can play both. I think it's more about what the other makeup is of that line, particularly at left guard, to see what happens. But just watching him walk through here, does he not remind you of an offensive tackle that played for the Titans for a lot of years and now has a really significant podcast? Just seeing him walk through in that green suit threw me right back to it.
So Taylor Lewan?
It is Taylor Lewan. The thing about Campbell, maybe the smoothest feet in this class. That is for certain. Plays high for me to the point that like I'd have a ruler down his back the whole time.
So but I've thought that I've actually talked about this with some of the people that have worked for LSU. I think it's coached there. Emory Jones plays high too. So their pass protectors on the outside, they play high. And again, you can see it right here in some in the highlight clip. That's how they do it. And I don't necessarily think that he's going to be that big of a problem playing tackle. I think the hand usage is the reason. You can have small arms if you know how to use your hands and disconnect. Relocate is the most important thing. If you can't relocate, it doesn't really matter. You're screwed. But initiating contact, mixing things up, and that's what you see with him paired with, like you said, his footwork. That's why I think he can play. We'll find out, right? We'll see if he can deal with power a little bit better in the NFL. I think that was one of the things that did get him from time to time, guys that could go speed to power and quickly take advantage of their length first. So he's going to have to take some of those lessons, right? And start to learn from the guys in the NFL to be able to get better.
Yeah, it's just a leverage game. Quickly delivered, you have to be able to recover. And I think that's something he can grow into. Stephen, bold prediction for tonight. I'm going to say there's going to be at least 4 trades tonight. I'll put it at 3.5. Dan, you got the over, the under?
I'm going to take the under. Okay. I think max is 3. I'm hoping for chaos, but I think the max is 3.
Okay. I am all on chaos tonight. Thank you, Stephen. Appreciate the support, pal. Jayhawk, was there not a draft summit this year? We had a couple of issues. No, there was not a summit. We had trouble getting everything organized with all 4 of us again. So what we decided to do is we're going to put it off a week or two, and we're going to do a post-draft summit and just kind of rework everything. We'll grade through everything the Chiefs do, and maybe if there's opportunities we thought they could have taken advantage of or something like that, we will still get together. We'll just do it after the draft this year just because of schedules. RP, thank you. I appreciate you. I think I already got you too. And Pickle Rick, thank you. Nice to see you. I like the Canadian fans being in here. That's awesome. And Dub Freak from across the pond, appreciate you and everybody in the UK as well as Ireland. I love you guys too. Happy the Draft Mania. Thank you for all your hard work leading in tonight. It's greatly appreciated. Well, we wouldn't do it if you guys weren't here to watch it, and you in particular, Dub Freak. We appreciate all the support that you throw our way from over there as well. And next time I come across, we'll try to do something and put something together somewhere. The UK is one of my next targets, so we'll see when I can come visit. Quentin, thank you for 3.5 years and going. We very much appreciate
Thank you, Quentin.
If they draft a running back round 1, are we guaranteed a Ryan and Dan rant? Well, you'll get one.
Not for me.
Okay.
This year, I'll make an exception. Knives, please. You got to stop spoiling the picks. That's the second time I've seen you do it. Don't do it again, please. Don't do it again, please.
Please, 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 please. Trying to keep it fun for everybody. Quentin, I will go off. You guys know how I feel. It is just, there's got to be something better to do. It's what I'm going to tell you. I don't want to have flashbacks. So we'll see. Let's hope that we can avoid that. What's your gut feeling? Thank you, 8288. Appreciate you. Trade up, trade back, stay put, and who? My gut is they get stuck right there because I've said for the last 6 months, don't get stuck at 31. So I'm sure they're going to do that.
Yeah, it's got to be trade up. Even if it's just a little bit. Like I feel like they're going to make a trade up a little bit. I don't know who it's going to be for at this point. Like I said, I think my gut is still Kenneth Grant, but I think they're going to have to trade up for somebody.
I think they're probably going to have to too. I don't know. And who? My gut says if they're stuck again, that it'll likely be an Ohio State guy, probably Simmons if he falls, or Travion at this point. That's just what it feels like. I got nothing, buddy, but thanks for the support. Here's the pick from the Browns. And they do go Mason Graham. This is the pick that was rumored to be on the Jags' radar forever and ever and ever and ever. And maybe the Jags didn't feel like Mike was going to take the quarterback either until they found out. And they're like, hey, sorry, Mason, we got to go. We got us a DB/wide receiver we got to get. So I think this kid's incredible. And much like we just saw Campbell come off, I don't know. They could be cousins, maybe not brothers, but cousins the way they look.
You're not wrong about that. They got the same kind of, curly hair. Obviously, Mason's a bit stockier frame, a little bit shorter, and stronger for sure. He's stronger than him. Yeah. I understand the arm stuff for both Campbell and Mason Graham. I don't care. I just don't care when you play the game the way that they play the game and they win in the variety of ways. I'm telling you right now, on Michigan's defensive line, you had to choose between Kenneth Grant and Mason Graham. And 95% of the time, he's the one getting double teamed. Every game, they're choosing to double team Mason Graham because of the force that he is. And now guess what? They're going to force teams to not slide to Myles Garrett. Because if they do, they're going to get one-on-ones for Mason Graham inside all day long. And they're going to love that. Teams are going to love it. It's a very nice combination there with Mason Graham and Myles Garrett. That's very formidable.
Yeah. I think it's going to be interesting. That's a front. And you can see the way they're going. They know they can't fix the quarterback. I think it's 88 and dead cap this year. Like, they can't fix that. They have to get younger, and they have to get proficient in a way to keep a score close. If you can't put points up, you got to prevent the other team from scoring points. And I do think it is a two-sided equation. Now, I still think somebody ought to be trading for Kirk Cousins. And I think Cleveland's a decent place to do it if you can get the Falcons to eat the salary or a good chunk of it. So I just don't know who or how they could do the math to get it done, but they got to do something. And building up the defense makes as much sense as anything to me.
Yeah, I'm with you. And again, this is going to take time. They realize that, and they're going to build up. This screams we're building up the team to drop in a quarterback at some point. That's what they want to do. And that feels like what a lot of teams like Denver tried to do, and they succeeded. Denver succeeded. That defense is excellent. The offensive line last year was great. They dropped Bo Nix in there. He never got pressured. He had time to do whatever they want to, and they ran the football. That's what Cleveland wants to do. They want to win games with running the football, playing good defense, and then they're going to probably try and drop a quarterback in there in 2026 and say, all right, we have the team that we want, and this is how it works. And we've got the draft picks from now until then to do that.
And that's what it's all about. Is value in building. The Chiefs did this for years. Remember that year when they couldn't throw a wide receiver touchdowns? Because they were building up everything else. And then boom, all of a sudden the DB started to hit and you get the quarterback and things are there. The only thing they haven't been able to do is the tackle spots. And, sometimes it just doesn't work out and you gotta shift gears a little bit. But it is coming.
All right, let's clean
all
up
right,
some of
I am
these.
updating my board to strike through some of this.
That one's for you, Ryan.
Do you have a fullback you would take it round one? Not yet, Jeremy. Although I will tell you this, one of the more fun things that I saw on film this year is Ty Robinson, the defensive tackle, lining up in the backfield. I want Leo, and you put him on this roster, I want him in front of whatever speedy back we acquire here and just run people over and through and let him hit the home run.
See, I'm on the opposite, not the opposite end, but a different end. JJ Pegues out of Ole Miss. Again, he had 8 rushing touchdowns this year. Guy can pass protect. He's a good receiver out of the backfield, and he's a defensive tackle / defensive end because he played everywhere on that defense. So he's the guy that I would love to target to be able to play defensive tackle and then also do some of that. And the Raiders did.
Raiders pick is in.
The Raiders do.
Yeah. The Chiefs are not necessarily going to draft a running back, but they are going to have to start defending one. Ashton Jeanty is now a Raider. And I don't know. I thought Tom Brady was smarter than this. I don't know what the hell they're doing, but hey, more power to him. The kid's a challenge. Do not get me wrong. He will be a challenge. And the Chiefs are going to have to continue, not only to continue to build the defense in the way that it's been, but they got to get somebody to come downhill and fill gaps, not just chase to the gap. And so that I don't know if this changes the math for me completely, but it is something to be aware of.
The Chiefs are one of the best tackling defenses in the NFL. They have been over the last 3 years. Ashton Jeanty is a good tackle breaker, but he's not an explosive playmaker in the NFL, in my opinion. I don't think he's going to be. Again, I hope he proves me wrong, but he has all the tools, unless, again, I've said this earlier on radio. If he's an alien like Derrick Henry, cool. but chances are he's not. He's
Right.
the massive workload that he has already been dealt in college is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. And he chooses to initiate contact. He seeks it out. Instead of bouncing runs where he possibly could get outside, he goes between the tackles. He's comfortable forcing players in those positions. You want to know who else is comfortable doing that? NFL players. They want you to come and hit them because they're crazy.
Yeah.
The ones that make it to the NFL
that works for me.
are nuts. They're absolutely nuts. And I know that we talk a lot about Nick Bolton. He's licking his chops right now. He wants that challenge.
Yeah.
He wants to tackle Ashton Genty. Okay?
And that's going to be a collision fest.
Exactly. So I tweeted it out yesterday or the day before. I believe that taking Ashton Genty in the top 10, top 6 is a mistake. I don't believe he's a can't miss prospect. I don't believe that. I think he's a very good player. The Raiders, again, not seeing much else on the board for them, went with who they thought was the best player. I don't think he is. That's my opinion.
I happen to agree with you. Duffrick, the question is he better than Josh Jacobs? And I will say yes. In my opinion, coming out, he is better than Josh Jacobs was. Jacobs improved quite a bit, though, especially the first 2 years. So I can't say that he will be. We're going to have to see how it progresses. He is a little bit smaller than people like to admit. And that grind is going to wear on you, especially if they choose to just try to wear him out. If they're like, listen, this kid's great, he'll run through the tackles, but that's fine. We're going to put him on one contract. We're going to wear him all the way down. We're going to let him go. That might be what they're planning to do. And if so, I don't know if he's going to be that functional that long.
Yeah. And I don't believe he's in the tier of Bijan Robinson and Jahmyr Gibbs. Those are the only two guys I would have been like, okay, taking the top 10. I don't think he's in that stratosphere. So we'll find out. Time will tell. But I think time is against Ashton Genty.
Would you guys hit the like button? We would very much appreciate it. And so would Chiefs fan 1587. Sounds like a Star Wars reference there. TK420 or whatever it was. Duncan, McLeod, does Kingsley move to guard make sense, or is it a stretch? I think it's the opposite of a stretch. I think it's a safety measure. His length alone will make him very, very comfortable in there, and he doesn't have to guard against the edge so much. He's got to get his butt down, just like half the kids that we're talking about here, because he's going to have to eat that power. His anchor's got to improve. But I don't think it's a stretch, Dan. Do you like it?
No, I think it's calculated. I think this is a move to get him comfortable. And at worst, he's your guard for the next, I don't know, however long, because I think he's going to be a good guard. At best, he's a guy who figures it out, right? He figures it out and he moves. Again, that's probably not going to happen. But again, at best, he figures it out and he plays tackle for you in the future, whether it's right or left. Doesn't really matter. It can be either one for me at this point. But again, if you would have told me drafting a day 2 player in Kingsley Suamataia and he ends up starting at guard for you for the next 10 plus years, you probably would have been happy with that regardless. So optics aside, again, I'm still high on his ability to play tackle, but it does feel like the Chiefs don't really think he's going to be one. And if he turns into a starter at guard, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's salvage right there. Duncan McLeod of the Clan McLeod, you are immortal. And that was a beautiful question. Well done. Ryan Dan, so far through 6 picks, is the board falling how you want it to, or is it too early to tell? It's been, other than the move up, which was still for a player that we had all projected in there, it's been pretty cake so far. I don't think I got a feel for it yet. Do you?
This is it's chalk. It's all chalk for me. The only person, I have Cam Ward was the second quarterback for me. Ashton Genty was my RB2. But in terms of chalk, this is exactly what you would have expected. And the guys that are going are the ones that are, for most people, are the guys that have first round grades. And by the way, Genty still had a first round grade for me. He still was a first round running back. Like I still would have taken him in the back half of the first round. Just putting that out there.
See, those don't exist for me. He is the first player off the board that is not in my first round. So that's fine. But you guys know how I'm biased. what's going to get really interesting here is about 12 to see how many, given that we both have less than 18 first round grades, to see where it starts to go awry. That's going to be the interesting point. But thank you, Addicted. And it's going to be a fun ride. Stick around. Let's see here. Talking to my manager, informed me that he used to coach Banks here in Houston. Oh, rock on. How cool is that? He got invited to the draft party, was unable to attend. Well, that's cool, Joshua. You know, people have those connections and they last lifetimes. Guys in the league, when they retire, still talk to their high school coaches. It is a family game. I know it seems weird and it is a big business, but it really is. And this, I just want to shout out Kyle before we even get to his question. 50 months, over 4 years.
Thank you.
Leading the pack, one of the OGs, and I appreciate you, Kyle. We can't say thank you enough, especially This is what, Dan, this is our fifth draft together? Or fourth?
I think it's our fifth. I don't think I technically did the first one that much because I was like, it was my very first year. So it was like I joined right close to the draft. So it was like in and out. But I think it's our fourth total year doing it. But I think it might be 5.
Man, it's funny how it goes by. I realized as I was putting the draft guide together that last night, just before we dropped it, it hit me that this was the 10th time I'd done it.
Yeah.
And that's crazy. Jets pick is in. Let's see who they did. Membu goes to the Jets. It was rumored for quite a while.
You know,
we have
I should have seen it. I should have seen it. He came from Detroit where they put 2 tackles around Jared Goff and they tried that way. I had Jalen Walker going there. I actually had Membo going to the Jaguars originally. I thought he would be their pick at 5, but this makes too much sense. They draft Olufoshanu last year to be their bookend left tackle, and now they bring in Membo to be their bookend right tackle, and they're going to just pound the face of people with the running game with Justin Fields this year, Breece Hall. Granted, there might be some trade smoke there, but overall, they're going to be building an offensive line. It's going to be good.
I think it's really interesting too because he's a right tackle only. I don't see him flipping. He's good on the run. He's the best athlete in this offensive tackle class. But it's just too high for me. He's got some warts. He gets to his spot really, really well. And then a lot of guys get under and around him in a way that doesn't make me happy. I would not have picked him anywhere close to here. I had him actually at the top of the second because I think speed and counters, especially on the outside, once he gets to that point, are trouble for him. I'm really interested to see how it goes because, quite frankly, the Jets haven't scouted anybody that I've agreed with in about a decade. And so if they're wrong on Membu, I'll be happy for him. Or if I'm wrong on him and they're right, I'll be happy. But Jets are not a track record that you want on your side.
Yeah.
Back to Kyle's question, how likely is a trade up? And if so, who would you target or would you expect that they target?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty likely situation that they trade up. I don't think they can get any higher than 20. It'd be tough for them, I think, to get higher than that. But it's a situation where you're trading up for most likely a tackle. I don't see them, especially that high. You might try to trade up for a defensive tackle if you see one falling that you really like. Again, if Nolan is there, maybe that's possible. But I think we're only going to see a trade up for a tackle-specific player. And just really quickly, if this is in reference to the fact that you can hear my daughter in the background, please leave the stream. Just go away. Just leave. No. She can be sitting in my lap the entire stream if I want her to be. You don't like it, you can go somewhere else.
I'd rather she give me her thoughts on Membo, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, right?
Just show her a picture, see what she comes up with. Oh, let's see here. Got a couple other questions. I'm going to stack those up. Oh, that's a good one for later. Okay, so again, tackle would be the likely one, and I'm sure they're trying. This time last year, they were trying. They're trying to get up to Mims. They were moving. They're trying to get into the 10. They're trying to get to 12, and it just kept failing. They couldn't put together a deal. I'm guessing it's probably similar because I don't know that they can count on any of the tackles that they like falling to them at 31. That's really the bottom line. The defensive tackles are the same way. When I say tackles, I mean both sides of the ball.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's just tough to be in a situation, right, where they're trying to build a culture. The Jets want to build that culture, right? They want that. That's what Aaron Glenn's going to do. And I think that's a really admirable thing to do. And again, if you have a grade on Membo, which again, I have a first round grade on Membo too, but it's like 32 in the 30s. It's just there in the fringe. And if you think that he's going to be that guy alongside Olufushanu, where again, if they're trying to do the same thing, where maybe Justin Fields isn't the guy, but you have him this year, and then next year you drop in a quarterback there, that might be a good situation to have them in. So overall, I'm not mad at it. I understand it, and I would have been fine with that situation too. Again, it's all about what Aaron Glenn is trying to do, I think, culture-wise, and it makes a lot of sense.
Well, and I like it. And if you heard it was all told from Aaron Rodgers' perspective, but if you heard some of the things that were said in that meeting from Aaron Glenn,
loved it.
It makes you want to play for the guy.
Loved it.
Because that's what they need in New York. You know, and kudos to him. I hope that ends up working out for him. I'm sorry, folks. My board has crashed for some reason, so I'm not going to be able to show you. I was just going to show you that the two non-first grades are off, but there's going to be There's going to be 15 of them tonight, so that's the way that goes. Zach, this is a great observation. Loving the B2 on Dan's shirt.
Yeah, it's black and gold. Like we got the RGR hat here, so we do a little bit of black and yellow here. It all works.
I like it. It feeds together. Knicks fan, nice to see you, pal. 2 years in the memberships. We appreciate you and all your contributions, both in the chat and to supporting us. I'm still shocked the Jaguars got Hunter. I think we should try to trade back. Your thoughts? I mean, I think they should be calling everybody all the time, everywhere.
If you can, yeah.
Because I don't need anything past the 6th round. I'm good. Get rid of those. Yeah. You know, even if it's just to move up 3 spots, I don't care. Get in front of somebody. Get in front of the Bills. Just make me happy, okay?
That'd be fun. I think trading back is still a good option. Again, I don't know if you're going to be able to. I just don't know if that's going to be on the board for them because of the quarterbacks. It's not. We've heard the trope. No one cares about the 5th-year option. If you're getting somebody, you're getting a guy, and you're going to extend them anyway, and the 5th-year option means nothing. If you're still waiting at the end about the 5th-year option, chances are it's not the best situation to be in. So it is what it is.
Yeah, that's fair. I back up either way. Just don't sit there and make me wait to 31 and then take a pick that I'm pissed off about. Here come the Panthers, and then we'll get to Quentin's question here. Big Tech goes. McMillan goes to the Panthers. Big plus for Bryce, in my opinion. I like this pairing here. Kudos to everyone out on the islands. Mahalo for giving us another wide receiver that comes in the league and is going to make a difference. I heard through multiple folks that I know that they were getting traffic on trying to trade out of this pick. So I am a little bit surprised that they didn't get it done.
I mean, again, outside of the Jags, I didn't exactly see a ton of teams wanting to trade up. Like, it just didn't feel like that to me. So it makes sense that they were able to stick and pick, and this is a really good fit for their offense. They have Xavier Legette, who is going to be the speed guy on the outside, your Z. This is your X. Now you can thrive with Adam Thielen in the slot, and right now it all fits. And Jalen Coker is going to be your slot option the year after or whenever Thielen decides to hang it up. So this is a really good fit for their offense. Again, McMillan's a good timing-based player. One thing that we know Bryce has to be is get the ball out on time and be accurate. And if you are accurate and on time, guess who's going to come down with the football? Teratola McMillan. That dude is just that kind of player, and it's a trusted player in the red zone as well, who's not going to drop the ball as much as I like Xavier Legette. He had some drop concerns last year. So you have now a guy who can bring up and bring down some of those jump balls that Bryce will have to start taking more of. And when you get him in some one-on-one situations over the middle of the field, some timing-based routes against zone, I think this is where you're going to see him be a really big plus for their offense.
Yeah, I agree with you. I will just caution people, especially if you happen to be a fan. He's not the next Mike Evans. He's not Drake London. They don't play the same way. He runs like 72% of his routes out of the slot. He's a big slot. He has great athletic skills, and he can climb that ladder as good as both of those guys. I don't see the physicality, though, and I think that's going to be the challenge for him. They're going to have to keep him in the slot, in my opinion, to get him free releases and let him do what he does.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
You think he can go outside?
I think he's their X. Yeah, I think he's their X. I think he needs to add a release or two.
Okay.
But he's got good hand usage at the top at his route breaks, and I don't care about creating a ton of separation because I think he's fine with guys in his hip pocket and being able to bring the ball down with contact around him.
Okay. You obviously watched a lot more tape than I did. I came away really not impressed with the way he gets off the line. So
that's fair.
Hopefully you're right.
I'm not saying,
we'll see what happens.
I'm not saying like don't put him in the slot. Just everyone nowadays has to play everywhere. Everyone does. You have to be able to play everywhere. So,
do we draft a Reed replacement or do we have one? They have two, in my opinion, in both Cooks and Hicks. So they need a center fielder. That's what they need. Yeah. They need a guy that can just cover and has speed and has the ability to take the ball away. A name that I'll draw for you tomorrow is Makuba out of Texas again. Was it Texas? I think it's Texas.
Yeah. Texas,
I like his skills. I think he has the requisites that you need. There are other guys later down. I think Sanker could be one as well, but there's not that many. So especially if they stay 4 picks in the top 100, I think it is a possibility that they draft a safety, not necessarily to replace Reed, but to supplement what they have to replace Reed.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing is that – what's up? It's fine. What's up, sweetie?
I made my own song.
Okay. I heard you singing it in the shower.
And,
she's doing good stuff.
We're gonna write it down.
How does the Jags trade affect the Chiefs, their trade in return for dollars? Perry, that's a great question. And I don't think it affects much other than if they had taken the quarterback or if the Browns hadn't been able to do what they wanted to do, I do think it might have affected them more because they might have had more buyers at 31. That's the only thing is it probably decreases some interest is my guess. I don't think it's a big thing on return or money.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. And when you're not, if we saw someone trade up for a quarterback right at 2, then maybe you see that be more of a domino effect to the Chiefs at the end. They're saying, okay, well, maybe the teams feel better about the quarterback class than we thought, right? No, I think that because it was for Travis Hunter and unless Shedeur is the pick here at 9, you're probably going to see the fall there and less teams want to trade up for a quarterback in this draft class.
That makes sense. So a lot of conjecture around what the Saints are doing. Supposedly interest in Shedeur. We'll see. If you had your druthers, what would you like to see them do?
Again, I think this would be the situation to select Kelvin Banks or a tackle. Again, get your team right first. They landed, they hit on their tackle last year. Again, I thought he was going to be a right tackle, and he ended up playing left tackle for him. And Talise Fuaga ended up playing left tackle for them and being very good. So you have multiple different situations now where you need tackle. Ryan Ramczyk just retired. So I think Kelvin Banks makes – oh, there it is. Kelvin Banks.
You nailed it.
That's right.
People laughed when I told them – right? That was well done, Daniel. People laughed when I told them that I had this guy above Will Campbell and definitely in the first round, and that I didn't think there were many that can compete with him. The only guy I have above him is Simmons. And again, that comes with a giant question mark because of the injury. So good for them. They did the right thing. I'm a little it shrinks my heart a little bit for them because I don't think the Carr's going to be able to play for them. I can't stand Rattler. I told you that before he was drafted. I think he proved that for them this year. So while this is great and this serves you for longer than right now, they might have to come back in the next round and look at a second-tier quarterback.
I think that they're going to probably try to use Rattler with a better offensive ecosystem. That's the situation. You're bringing in Kellen Moore to be that ecosystem, and regardless of whether or not Rattler ends up hitting, this is about the future. It's not about this year for them. They're going to be looking down the line if they draft a second-round quarterback, if they go next year to try and drop one in. Like that's how it feels for me.
Gotcha. Let's take a look. I have not perused your board yet, but I know they're different. And I'm going to open them both here real quick, and we can take a quick peek. Hopefully, if I can get this thing to share tonight. Apologies for the challenges here, folks. We're dealing with a couple of things. You know, it happens.
And I just want to say that I did nail the Kelvin Banks Jr. pick in my last mock draft for the Saints.
Well done.
Makes me feel very happy. I mean, I didn't get a lot of things right because I didn't get the trade happening, but you know, in terms of pick 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, like all the players are there. Like they're all there.
That's great. Okay, this is my unupdated board. These are the players that I have. This is Dan's unupdated board. Where did we have differences? Quarterbacks. I don't think Genty was the difference. Dan has 2 running backs. I had none. So I think the quarterbacks just evened out. I had Cam Ward in there. I only had him as the 1. You listed, again, back to our original discussion, you listed Hunter as a wide receiver. I have him on the corner board. We both had Colson Loveland up there, so that's about right. You had 3 offensive tackles. I had 3 offensive tackles. They weren't the same, but the number was. You had Donovan Jackson, which I love that. I thought he was good. I still listed him as a tackle because I think he can do that in certain schemes, and I think that's way more valuable. So I just left him there. The only guy that I had was Booker. You had him just at the top of the second. You had Graham and Nolan, as did I. I did squeeze Grant in there to the bottom of the first.
Got it.
Carter Walker, we agreed on that. I have Michael Williams in there. I do think he played hurt all last season. I think there's enough upside there that I just squeezed him into the very bottom. And if the league doesn't agree, I think there's a possibility that he would be a fit in Kansas City should he last at 31.
That's fair.
We both had Campbell as our only firsts. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. Keep going.
And you had Will Johnson and Jahdae Barron. I just have Barron because I had Hunter on there. And then I put Starks in the first.
I wanted
barely.
to.
You have him next.
Yeah, I wanted to, but
I
I couldn't get there.
Now, see, I think Ibuka is the best receiver for my taste in this draft, even more than McMillan. But so we were flipped there, but very close. So I think that's pretty interesting. We're going to continue to see how this goes. Looks like the Bears pick is in. They have a number in this draft. Old friend Ryan Poles is going to get some things done.
Honestly, the Raiders taking Ashton Genty might have been a godsend for the Bears. Like they would have drafted Ashton Genty. They would have.
Right.
And we're going to find out. Again, no one can predict what's going to happen 3 years from now. And I do believe that Genty's going to be a good pro. I think he's going to be a very good pro. But the Bears, I think, have other needs, and there'll be better values. Right. Specifically right now, I think there's better values on the board for them.
Yeah, I can concur with that. Here's the pick. Oh. I shed a tear this morning for Steve McMichael. My favorite Bears. I met him when I was 8 years old. Dude was a crazy man. He was a hell of a lot of fun. The best running back in history. I'm just saying it.
What?
Oh, am I ahead of you?
Oh, you might be. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I see. I don't know how that happened, but you are a little bit ahead of me now.
I don't
'cause
either.
I was ahead
I'm on a
first.
damn broadcast. I don't know what's going on. Come on, Roger. You're killing my stream, buddy.
All right.
Here we go. Woo, mama. Wow.
Love it.
That
Love
is, you freaking nailed it. Folks, Dan and I both had Colston Loveland as the only tight end worth the first round. I had him in the bottom 10. Dan had him in the top 10, and Dan was absolutely right. The Bears pulled the trigger and have a weapon for Caleb Williams.
I'm telling you guys, this is I don't know if I would have done this after they paid their tight end. I don't know if I would have done it, but if you look at the history with Ben Johnson, is Cole Kmet in any way, shape, or form going to give you what Sam Laporta could give you? No. Guess who can? Colston Loveland. He is the guy, the route running technician. He has real ball skills. He can go. He can be your field stretcher. He can win at all three levels. And by the way, he can block. I don't know where this idea came up that he can't block. He can do everything. He can line up wide, line in the slot, detached, H-back, attached to the offensive line. He can do it all. He's going to be a force
weapon
after the catch. He's a legitimate weapon for this offense. Caleb Williams and Roma Dunze need this. So this is a fantastic fit for Caleb Williams, for Ben Johnson, and for the Chicago Bears. This is a better selection than Ashton Genty would have been.
Yeah, absolutely. Hands down. I put in my notes on him that whoever takes Ted McMillan might regret not taking him at the same pick because of the area of the field that they can affect. And I think this is going to be epic. I'll go this far. This might save Caleb Williams' career.
It might. It might. I think Ben Johnson was already about to do that, but I mean, this is really going to help too.
Ooh, inexorably tied together. We can at least say that. Man, that is a hell of a pick. Canadian Chief, nice to see you, buddy. I'm glad that you got the red highlighter. Get that thing out, man. Give me some credit. Circle the ones I get right. So far, Dan is ahead by 2. So he's knocking it out of the park here. Let's see, anything else? And we will get back to the other question. Duncan, thank you for yours. We appreciate you very much. Daniel also wanted to ask about Mason Taylor at tight end. Honestly, I get Kelsey vibes from him. Would he be there possibly at 31 or maybe the second round? I think he probably is. He is on my board, and it feels like that's likely. I think we both had Warren second, right?
Yeah,
yes.
I have a top second round grade on Tyler Warren, and then mid second round grade on Mason Taylor.
Yeah, we are separated on Mason Taylor by just about 4 spots. I'm just a smidge higher than you. We are the same on Warren. We are very similar on Arroyo, and I like that you put Bringing Stool so high. I have him lower down, but he is like one of my sleeper guys that I think would be an awesome fit in Kansas City.
I legit couldn't believe the route running and fluidity with which he moves. Like I watch, and the ability to catch through contact was just, I know he's not going to be like the best blocker. I don't care so much. I think he's one of the best receiving tight ends in this class. Like he might be up there with Loveland in terms of route running ability. Maybe not true versatility and physical nature, but what Brenning Stool I watched, I was like very, very impressed.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on that. You're higher than me, but I will not argue at all. I like Gadsden for the same reasons as well. Different package that comes in, but when you're talking about what the Chiefs need, it's about running the routes.
Yeah.
You don't have to be a blocker. Travis wasn't when he was drafted. You can grow into that. The only question about blocking becomes, do you want to learn to do it? Are you willing to put your body out there to do it? And I
can
think
you
can
get
that
in
from
the
a
way
wideout.
enough? Can you get in the way enough? Please, just be willing to want to do it. That's all I care. That's it. Be willing to want to do it.
I'm 100% with you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Bradley. I think the Chiefs may trade up, and because there's teams out there that want to trade back, I think the Brett Veach might be working the phone like crazy right now. Absolutely. That is normal for him. And honestly, most of the front office staff, they're all on phones to different people right now, trying to see, hey, what this pick just did send a cascade to 4 or 5 other teams.
Yep.
So you got to constantly check in. It is you might as well just have your earpiece in all night like I do so that I can hear Dan. It just makes things easier. William, nice to see you. Thanks for being a member, and great question. What do you guys think about TJ Sanders as a day 2 option for KC if they don't go DT in round 1?
All right.
I have him as a late day 2 guy.
Yeah, he's in the middle.
No,
of the
I
third
didn't mean to
round
cut
for
you
me.
off. I was just buying you time.
You're good. He's in the middle of the 3rd round for me.
Yep.
I think he is almost purely a pass rusher. And for defensive tackle, that's hard. That's hard to sell me on for the Chiefs, because they don't need a pure pass rush guy. Now, can you make it work? Sure, you can make it work. But for a guy whose only real thing is causing havoc in the backfield, his first step was too inconsistent. He stood straight up too often, and he cannot get off of blocks. Couldn't do it. No. So I would understand it if they wanted to pair it with a day 3 run stuffer. Okay, I can see it. But for the Chiefs, I think you probably would want a TJ Sanders in the 4th round.
I completely agree with that. I put him behind Ty Robinson, but also at the end of the 3rd. And here's why. He does some things the Chiefs like, as Dan just pointed out. The difference is he plays similarly to the way Turk Wharton played when he came out. Turk grew into a guy who could play the run as well. And Turk was UDFA. Yeah. So taking him in the 3rd round is a whole different ball game. And that's why I caution people against it.
He was also a former defensive end, Turk was. Like, he played defensive end first. TJ Sanders is a defensive tackle. So that it's be a tough pill for me to swallow if they went that direction and didn't get a more complete defensive tackle.
I agree. Looks like the commission is going to come out, but we're going to talk about Tatum first because God knows how long he'll talk this time. Oh, never mind. We have a remote one here.
Oh, cool.
There you go, Devil Dogs. All right. We're about to hear Niners right here. If Roger moseys up to the podium here. And yes, I'm just going to call him Roger from now on.
There you go. That works.
Michael Williams goes to the Niners.
All right, then.
Now that's a fit for them. I think it's a bit high, but I do like him. I had him in the bottom 3rd of the 1st. Again, I don't think you can understate how productive he was for a guy who played on a bad foot all season. But I got to be honest. I think that's a little bit of a reach. And what do you think about the history of the Niners taking defensive linemen in the recent past?
I mean, yeah, outside of they've gotten one guy. But what we've seen from the 49ers is that they've typically been looking for retreads. Get 1-year deals. They kind of go off. They go sign somewhere else. This is an attempt to not do that anymore, right? They're just trying to get someone that can come in. And again, the upside is pretty big. When you look at what Georgia players come into the NFL as, they come in as unfinished products. Even if he played healthy, he'd be an unfinished product because they don't develop their players. They don't. They play almost purely on instinct and trying to find the football. So he's not going to develop for a few years in my mind. And you have to kind of be okay with that. Maybe if he develops a little bit faster than Trayvon Walker, you probably are really happy with that situation because he's not the number 1 overall pick, and you are still able to get some use out of that and get him probably a little bit cheaper than you're going to get him 2 years after that. So overall, I understand it. I wouldn't have done it. Again, I have a second-round grade on him, even with the injury, because I didn't think there was enough in 2023 to suggest that he would come in and just be a starter for me.
Okay, cool. Well, here's what stands out to me. We're 11 picks in. The Chiefs are not on the clock for another 20 selections. And there's 1 tackle left in my top 4.
Yeah.
And he's got a significant injury he's coming off of. This is not boding well for the Chiefs to get something done here. We'll see if they're going to try to ride it out and see if he falls. Looks like the Cowboys have already made their selection. They're not messing around tonight.
I mean, they only had 1 minute left.
Oh, I thought it was 7. I was reading it wrong.
Oh, yeah.
My fault. But I just can't get a feel. If Simmons is gone, I don't know that I reach for Connor or Ursary, but we'll have that discussion a minute after the pick.
Yeah. All right.
So they're going to keep it real. They're going to go inside and take a player that I barely had in the first round. And I don't think you did you?
No, I mean, I had him top 2nd round, so yeah. I didn't. But what you doing, Dallas?
He's a Larry Allen type. He's not quick. He's not a great athlete. He's strong. He's a bull, and he can move guys out of the way. It makes sense from a historical point of view for me. I just don't know about the fit in this particular game.
It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. They drafted Cooper Beebe last year in the 2nd round or the 3rd round. I'm not trying to say that Tyler Booker is Cooper Beebe. I think he's a better player. Is he that much better? Probably not. But here we are talking about a 1st-round pick. I don't know. I don't know either. And kudos to him. He did everything he was asked. His play style is his play style. And I did have him at the bottom of the 1st round. I just think it's early for him. But better that than somebody else the Chiefs would have wanted. So we see somebody fall or take a place that could help someone fall to what the Chiefs want. And for those of you who are joining us and are not Chiefs fans, yes, we're going to break down the whole draft for you. We're going to tell you what we really think. But we just look at it from a Chiefs point of view. And from Tatum's point, Tatum's on a track with us. If Simmons isn't there, I think they take Henderson, the running back, also from Ohio State. And I think in a subtle way, always keeping this in the back of your mind, the Chiefs want winners. And they want guys that had to persevere to do that. And I think that's a pretty good description of what Ohio State was last year. Do you think I'm wrong? No. I don't think you're wrong, especially when you look at the quarterback like that. That's Will Howard is like the poster child for perseverance. He's going to figure it. He's going to keep doing the same thing over and over again. Eventually it's going to work, right? You've got really good receivers. You have a really good offensive line. You got a 1-2 punch in the backfield that is going to get the job done. If you keep going back to the well, eventually things are going to work out. And it did for Ohio State. For me, I'm worried about Henderson's ability to stay healthy at the NFL level. Yeah. I'm concerned he's going to be J.K. Dobbins. That's the concern for me because
he's got history.
Exactly. And again, the reason they brought in Quinshon Judkins was so that Travion Henderson wouldn't have to be that.
Yep.
And that's what you're going to have to do with him in the NFL. I don't think you can just give him the 1, 2, 3 down workload and say, you're going to be just fine. You're probably not going to be able to do that.
I agree completely. And that means you're not a first round pick. Oh, wait, you're a running back. You're never a first round pick. That means you're not a second round pick, in my opinion, because like you said, there's limitation. Now, the only reason that I could see them doing it is because they're desperate and there's nobody else on the board and they do really like him. That's fair. He's a good fit with what they have. To let Pops run on first and second and let him be a third down back in this offense, that makes a whole lot of sense. But that's still, at 31, a difficult pick to swallow.
Yeah, and it's, again, I'm going to be fine if it's like a Hampton who you can do that with all 3 downs and be like, here, just take it and be fine. But I still don't think the Chiefs want to go running back in the first round. I don't think that they want to. And
Agreed.
you got to find a way to get the most out of this. And right now, it's trending in the direction of the Chiefs are going to have to make a very large guess with their pick, which hopefully it works out, but chances are it's not going to be what everyone wants it to be, which is fine. Again, if you look at what the Chiefs have done trying to develop FAU, I think that they developed him in one sense really well. He got really good as a run defender. I thought
he's a
very good
draft.
Like almost night and day difference, but they worked it so hard that they kind of forgot that he's a defensive end and he has to be able to brush the passer. So there's some concern there, but you have to mitigate concern. You have to be able to take someone at 31 and develop them. And that's why if you're going to go and get a Josh Simmons, don't let him play year 1 at all. Don't care. If he's healthy, you don't let him play. You just don't do it because you have 2 guys that are going to start at tackle. You don't need him to be there. You don't need it, but this is for the future. That's why you do it that way.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you, Tatum. Appreciate you, buddy. Kev, thank you, sir. Thoughts on Winston Jr.? He's my second favorite safety. I'll tell you my thoughts. Do you have some?
I like Kevin Winston. I think he's obviously a more of an under the radar player because he was hurt almost the entire year. And he is my second safety. Like he is right behind Malachi Starks for me in the second round. I think that he's a versatile enough player that you can do everything with him. Very instinctual. I don't necessarily think you, again, want him playing single high all the time. That's not what you want from a lot of these top safeties. Like it's a lot of them are just like in this bucket of, can you just kind of be a robber? Like just be a robber in the middle of the field. We'll move everything else around you. The Chiefs have a lot of that already. Yeah. And Jaden Hicks is that guy. I'm telling you right now, Jaden Hicks is that guy. They're not drafting a guy like Kevin Winston, like Xavier Watts to be that player when they have Jaden Hicks. It was a gift to get him in the 4th round, in my opinion. I don't really understand that still, but I think that's his role in this defense.
I agree with you. And I like Winston. I think he is a little undisciplined. He plays out of control. In some ways, that's a good thing because of the aggressive nature of it. He misses a lot of tackles, and he can be lured away. The eye thing, especially single high or even in splits, he has some issues there. I have him as number 5. I have Ransom just above him. I'm going to worry and Watts ahead of him as well. So, Dan, you clearly like him better than I do, and that's perfectly fine. We'll see what comes of him. But great question, Kevin. Thanks for bringing up some guys that we probably aren't going to get to tonight because they should be on the pick tomorrow. What's that?
Yeah, so it's projection based with Winston. Like he's a freak athlete. You watch him on the field. I'm like, I can make it work. I can make it work.
He can do something for me. Dan, Avery will grow up to spot for you on or to spot you for live streams.
That's the idea, right? That's the idea. That's why she's, when she's awake, granted. She's always awake now.
Will the Chiefs draft a running back with their 3rd or 4th round pick? Gary, thanks for the question, and thank you for being one of our mods and setting things right and always being here. We appreciate you. I think that's the right spot for it. If they get forced into taking one ahead of that, obviously they wouldn't double up. I don't expect them to double up at that position in this. I could see 2 defensive tackles. I could see 2 offensive tackles. I could see 2 wide receivers. I can't see 2 running backs if they draft one. So I like the idea of a 4th rounder. I have some names, Daniel. I don't know who your favorites might be or what you think of this question.
Yeah, so you guys, I did a film review on Devin Neal for you all, and I think that's, again, a 4th round player for me, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he's at the top of the 4th round for me. Like he's right there. So I think that there's a ton of 4th round options for Kansas City. On day 2, you have a couple of actually. I'm a little surprised that Bashal Tutin ended up in the 3rd round for me. I really was impressed with his ability, not just to make guys miss, but that straight line speed is always fun. Not the most physical guy in the world, but you can kind of live with that to an extent.
Yeah.
So we'll just kind of see what happens here with the Dolphins.
And there goes Kenneth Grant.
Oh,
The
interesting.
biggest of the big dancing bears. Way early for him, in my opinion, as well. But I had him at the very bottom of this round. I just feel like his pad level is something that is a bigger challenge than people want to admit. His feet are good. And I do think at times he shows enough handwork that can get something done. But he gets blocked into oblivion too much for me.
Yeah, that was the big problem too. He again comes right up, and then he got beat in one-on-one situations far too often as a pass rusher. He had so many one-on-one opportunities, and he never took advantage of them. And then that's why he was a 2nd-round grade for me. Like there's just a lot of projection there. So I'm interested at why you take a guy like Kenneth Grant over Walter Nolan, but that plays into the Chiefs' hands pretty well as long as it keeps falling this way.
And I would say that's way more about Nolan than it is about Grant. And I love where you came out on Tyreek Williams.
Yeah,
wow.
I told you I was far more impressed with his, because I think he might be the best run defender in the class. I think he just might be the best run defender. And if you can do something at an elite level, I'm going to reward you for it.
Hell yeah. And he'll bring a little pass rush too. He's no slouch. He's not Derek Nottie. He's not a one-dimensional player.
He could collapse that pocket too. Like he will collapse it. He might not get off the block. He might not. But guess what? The quarterback's moving.
He'll go through the son bitch, won't he? I love it. So I am digging where you're at on that. Let's just take a quick look. So yeah, I had Grant here right at the bottom of the 1st. I had Harmon Alexander, then Tyreek coming up behind him. So what's interesting, did you move Zabel to the inside?
I believe, yes. I believe I did. Yeah, I did.
Okay. Because I keep hearing there are teams that still like him at tackle and that he might be in play up here.
That's fair. I love his feet. I love his hands. I don't think his hands are as good as Will Campbell's. That's the difference for me. I think he's going to end up at guard, where I still think that that Will Campbell will be a tackle. So I think that's just more of and plus level of competition kind of matters to me. Kind of matters.
Yeah.
And plus at the Senior Bowl, he was only asked to play inside. He was not asked to play tackle at all. None of the NFL coaches there put him at tackle. He only played inside.
I didn't realize that. Yeah, that changes stuff. That's for absolutely sure. Okay. Let me switch back out of this and back to this guy because we have another pick. Colts are in. Let's see what they do.
I think this is, again, chalk. This is one of the most obvious answers, in my opinion. It's got to be Tyler Warren, right? This is the least kept secret anywhere. Yeah, and it is Tyler Warren. Like everyone knew the Colts were taking tight end.
I mean, what else can you do to try to help a struggling young quarterback that has accuracy and timing issues? Give him a tight end that's right in front of him that comes into his visual window every single play. And this kid can do a little bit of everything. I didn't have him as a 1st-round grade, but I'm not going to argue with it.
No, I understand it. Again, you're trying to create explosives. You're trying to give your quarterback an option where he has really good ball skills, and you're just going to kind of let him do what he can. My problem is that he was altered on his routes too often for me with physicality, and he couldn't get out from under Theo Johnson. That's some alarm bells are going off there. I know Theo is apparently the guy in New York, but he wasn't a very productive rookie. He wasn't a very productive player at at Penn State. But you bring the versatility, obviously the ability to play H-back, to do what Noah Gray does with the quarterback sneak stuff, and obviously the being able to line him up anywhere, yards after catch, physical after the catch too. He's not the best mover, he's not the best route runner either, but you're kind of foregoing some of that with some of his physical nature.
In my notes, I put it really simply: he's just linear.
Yeah,
he doesn't have much shake. Like, he's good at that, and that'll win you in a number of ways. I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what they do with this. I think to Chris Ballard's benefit, I guess, he's taking guys that can help the guy that is struggling. And I think he made a poor decision in drafting Richardson in the first place. And this can help salvage. This is not only a good pick for the position, it can help salvage the quarterback.
Yeah, I still believe in Anthony Richardson. Lots of confidence stuff is not great. Obviously, some of the things that he said last year didn't help him out. But I still think that the upside's immense. I would have loved to see him stay another year at Florida, actually get to sit for a year in college. Because again, that needs to happen more often for quarterbacks. It needs to. The transition for everyone's not the same. And I don't think that Patrick Mahomes would have been as good out the gate had he not sat a year. It would have been different. And I'm not saying that Anthony Richardson could be Patrick Mahomes. I'm not. But would a whole year of sitting, not getting hurt, not putting his development back an entire year, I don't know, helped him a little bit? And he's also been injured both years he's played too. So, I mean, I think that anything you can do to help out your young quarterback is a good thing, and a trusted tight end in a room that has not been good in maybe a decade. I could be wrong about that, but the tight ends in Indianapolis have not been good for a very long time. Well, we go back to the days of Trey Burton in Indianapolis. Like, that's what we're looking at. I don't know, but this is a pick to try to facilitate some legitimate juice at the tight end position.
Yeah, I like it. It was a decent maneuver. Had to do what you had to do. Kelly thinks that Tampa at 19 is the ideal spot to trade up into. I would agree. That I think that gives you a shot at one of the two guys that we think are probably the best fits for the Kansas City Chiefs. It's just the compensation that's the question for me.
Yeah, it's trying to get to that point. I think that we might be able to see the Chiefs trade up for a little bit less than we expect if they're able to get up because of the quality of the draft. Let's be honest. We don't know, right? We don't actually know. But from what we're seeing here, it does feel like they might be able to get to 19. It's all about if the Bucs want to go down to 31. Again, if teams feel the same, like we've been saying, where picks from 19 down to 40 are relatively the same on their board, they might be able to get away with that.
Yeah.
And real quick, Scrap, my apologies. I can't know that, and you might be ahead of everybody. So that one's on me. I won't do it again.
Oh, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, cool.
I put him in timeout because I thought he was telling picks.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Mr. Casey. Oh my God, Jerry drafted him because he's from Tyler and he's O-line. Yeah, I mean, there are crazier scenarios that Jerry could do. So I'm not going to say no. Thank you for the support. I want Walter Nolan in a bad way. I mean, he is the best pass rushing DT in this class, in my opinion. I think he's better than Mason Graham. I don't see why not, but he carries a lot of baggage.
And we don't know the extent of it, right? We just don't know the extent of it. When you're at a bunch of different schools in a short amount of time, we gotta question why. I haven't heard anything like outstandingly bad, like just off the board kind of stuff, but I don't know. It's weird. It's a weird situation to be in for him and the teams, because with all of that, you want to try to figure out what's going on, right? But again, I don't have a clear answer on all that. All I know is that there's a reason that he would potentially fall, and it's the off-field stuff, which again, I've suggested multiple times. I still think he should have gone already, but again, I thought he should have been the pick for Miami. I think I projected he would be the pick for Miami, if not. So it's trying to figure that out.
Sorry, Casey, I read that wrong. But either way, it doesn't make me feel like the decision was any more sound. So cheers to you. Jerry, just keep doing Jerry. It'll be all right. If Simmons is gone, who's the next best player that we pick up? If you're talking about tackles, Um, I have Connerly slightly ahead of Ursary. What do you have?
For me, it's Ursary. He's
Yeah.
got a top of the second for me, and then I actually have Bow over Connerly,
Oh yeah.
specifically because he might be the best hand usage tackle in this class. He might have the strongest hands in the class too. I think both of them have their issues with power and facilitating that power, but I think again, we're talking about two guys that are on the lighter side that might end up being inside players at the next level. Like I think Connolly might end up being a guard. I don't know about Connolly, and Bow could end up being a center for all I know. But they're both in the second round.
I think I moved Bow inside.
That's fair.
I was
I'm
not as
still-
impressed with his hands. I thought he was terribly inconsistent with how he chose to attack. So I think it's
by
also
design.
isn't he? Yeah, isn't he just a 2-year player too?
I don't remember if he's only played 2 years, but yeah, he's definitely developing. He's definitely not as experienced as a guy like Ursary, who's got 3 years of starting experience at Minnesota.
Makes sense. Steven, hope you're doing well, buddy. Watch the Falcons are playing 4D chess and go QB again. You guys are all on it, man. I didn't see it coming last year, so I doubt I see it coming now. We'll see what happens.
I would honestly, I would love it. I'll be honest with you. Bring me the chaos, just the chaos.
Honestly, for the guys that they like and the type, I could see Jalen Walker here.
Yeah,
I know that's what they want to do.
Yeah, I mean, but they have a new defensive coordinator this year, so it might not be what they want to do. All that stuff could be in the past for all we know. But again,
Holmes jersey sighting on ESPN. I just wanted to shout that out.
Yeah, we saw it. But yeah, the Falcons are almost assuredly going defensive end at this point, right? Like almost assuredly. It's got to be somebody defensive end wise.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a pretty good fit, but we'll see what they do. The folks I knew in that front office are no longer there, so I have less and less insight as every day goes by, but they seem to be willing to buck the trends. So I'm here for it. Thank you for your support, Stephen. We appreciate you. And Eric, thanks for being a member for going on 2 years. Appreciate you, buddy. Thoughts on Kobe Bryant at 95? Yeah, he's built slight, but he plays like a Spags corner. He does, and he has ball skills. 95 is a little high for me. I think I have him in the 4th. I got to double check that. You guys probably know better than I do right now. I do have him in the 4th. But he has skills. And I think even in the league, he'll be able to still compete despite his slightness. And here's the Falcons. And it is Jalen Walker.
Yeah, that makes too much sense again. And this is also a character thing. He's one of the leaders. Was one of the leaders for that Georgia defense. Now, he's going to not play linebacker. I know he's being introduced as a linebacker. He should be playing edge almost exclusively. This is in the Nolan Smith bucket and types of players. He's small, sure. He doesn't play like it. He plays much bigger than he is, and he will give you max effort on the outside. If they're playing that 3-4, outside linebacker probably is where you're going to see him line up. And then in nickel, he'll be a defensive end there. So this is, like Jeremy points out, it was a very predictable pick. I had him actually going to a much higher in my mock draft, but since he's here, this makes too much sense.
Yeah. The fit is there. I mean, he'll make your whole defense better. Not just his play and his position. He will lift that whole thing. He's one of the last guys that was there or had contact. I think he was in the recruiting class of the last time that defense was absolutely outstanding with Davis and all of them. So there's the last thread there before some things started to crack. So I think it's a little late to the party, but he is one of them for sure.
Absolutely. And to your question, Eric, I have Kobe Bryant as a 3rd-round pick. So if they were to use a 3rd-round pick on him, their last pick, I would not be mad about it at all. And he's a lot of guys at corner just don't tackle. Like they don't want to. He wants to tackle. He wants to be that guy to even as slight as he is. This is not a situation like Emmanuel Forbes coming out, where you saw him get picked in the first half by Washington, and then he just doesn't pan out because he's too slight and he won't tackle. Kobe Bryant's going to tackle people. He's going to throw his body around. So I'm okay with that for sure.
So I might have misspoke, Decimus. Sorry if I did I call Walker a DT? Apologies. I don't know. I say so many things on any given day. It is what it is. I didn't see where you guys have Shamar Stewart on your boards. Where do I have Stewart?
I have Stewart at the top of the second.
I have him just under that, but still in the top 10 of the second. He's a top 50 for me.
Yeah. And that's the thing is, while I still thought he would have gone in the top 10, I won't grade him as a top 10 pick. That's where we see what I think will happen in the NFL versus my actual grades. So when you look at the board and then you try to compare it to like the mock draft that I did that released on the Draft Network, you'll see lots of different things. But that's because my board is where I would place players and where I would pick them, where I have them graded. So that's another thing too. And it doesn't always translate from film grades either. There might be some guys that I have a film grade a little bit higher on, but maybe I put them a little bit lower. There could be other factors to that too. So there's a lot that goes into it. And it's not just, this is one thing. I'm only going to draft him in the third round ever. No, that's just different circumstances call for different things.
Yeah, right. It's a range. Jimmy, thank you. And thank you, Eric. We appreciate you. Hope we go up for Nolan, Harmon, or Simmons. I wouldn't trade up for Harmon, I have to say.
No.
And it feels like the others would probably get close to you. I'd go for Simmons. Nolan with his wrist. I don't know if I trade up for him either. What do you think?
I would go up about 5 or 6 spots.
Okay.
If he's in there at around 25, I'm making the calls, trying to see if we can do that. But I don't think, again, with the question marks off field, that it would be a trade up to 20 or 19 that you feel like awesome about. Again, unless their background checks all put it to bed. Like they're not worried about it at all.
I agree. But that brings up the question, what if they both get down there? What if we're on the board wherever it is, and you have both of those players, the guys that they are the two that I think are the best two fits? I would say Buka is the next one for me in terms of like guys that I feel can walk in and contribute right now. What does it come down to between these two for you?
It comes down to future of the team. Walter Nolan is an awesome player. Joshua Simmons gives you the fix, in my opinion, the potential at the fix you've been looking for years. And Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback. This is not a team where you're looking to fill out the roster to drop in a quarterback. You're trying to protect the best quarterback in the NFL. You go with the tackle, and you hope in 2026, when he's fully healthy, that he is your left tackle for the next 12 to 15 years.
Yep. I agree with you. I default to you protect the quarterback. You have another decade with him if you play it right. You start screwing around, you're going to knock years off of that. So protect at all costs. That is exactly where I would be. And Darren said, thank you. Well, thank you, Darren. A good question gets a good answer. Thank you, buddy. Let's go back. Perry wanted to know, and thank you for being a member, Perry. We'll answer this right after the Cardinals pick.
That's funny.
We were there went that.
Funny.
So we don't have to worry about those theoreticals any longer. Walter Nolan is a Cardinal, and we are officially halfway through this first round, folks. So welcome in. So Perry said, and thank you again for being a member, Perry. How would you say the board is falling for us right now? Well, until that pick came in, I would say it was doing pretty damn well, but that is a big possibility that just went off the board. So I say it's fair to middling at this point.
Yeah, you're probably right about that. It's not a bad position that they're in, but some things could have gone a little bit better. Again, it's hard when you only have 16 to 17 first round picks and you're the Chiefs sitting at 31, and you're like, we're probably not going to be looking at one of our first rounders in the face. So this was more than within the realm of possibilities for them.
Agreed. Unfortunate, but real. Let's see what happens next. Unfortunately, this could be a run here. This could be the defensive inside run. Maybe it's the offensive side too. We just got to hope that somebody that survives, that has a high grade. At this point, it'll have to probably be a high second for us, but that fits and we feel we contribute and can make it not only to them to the pick, but into the scheme that the Chiefs run, because it is specific. There are a lot of guys on here, especially the offensive tackles, that are not particularly great at running zone offense.
Yeah.
They have to be able to block the zone in this. So I think that's probably the more ideal pick is, again, protecting the quarterback. So speaking of quarterbacks, thank you, Knicks fan. What's your impression of Arch Manning at this point?
Well, we don't really know anything about Arch Manning.
Yeah, like 17 snaps, right?
I know. We know that the idea of Arch Manning made Quinn Ewers one of the worst quarterbacks we've seen in college football, and it made him second guess everything that he did all season long. So you don't draft a quarterback that can't deal with a backup quarterback. Just an off situation there. But Arch Manning is an idea. We don't really know.
Dream that is there to be conquered.
He's an unfinished idea. We don't know. We know that he's kind of athletic. He's got a good arm, but we haven't actually seen him do much. And we're going to find out a lot more about him this year, where Texas has some good weapons, not as good as they had last year or the year before. So Arch might have to do a little bit more if he can raise the offense. I like Wingo. I think Wingo's got some real speed, but they don't have the wealth. Granted, I haven't done a huge dive on their offense, but I feel like they'll be down from last year, like they were down from the season before. So I don't know. It's a really roundabout way of saying I really don't know, because we haven't seen enough.
Yeah. The one thing that I do know is there's a plan. At least for Archie. Archie has a plan for Arch. And I don't know what it is, but it did the same thing for Eli. He's not letting his grandson wither on a vine or do anything dumb. So I don't know what that looks like, but I fear for the scenario you just put out there. If he does not have enough help, will he finish at Texas?
Yeah.
I don't know.
I think he will. I still think that he's going to be good enough. Again, I think he's going to be good enough to be able to lift that team and be able to do stuff. But with what we're seeing in college football and NIL, if he doesn't like what's going on, he will jump and he will leave. He will go somewhere else. It'll be the Big Ten, much like we just saw Nico go from Tennessee to UCLA, even though it is UCLA. Technically Pac-12, technically Big Ten, but technically nobody. So there's that.
That's a nice way to put it. Looks like the Bengals pick is in. There's still a commercial on my feed, so we'll just wait a second here, and we'll take Scott's question. Thank you, Scott, and for the support as always, folks. If you want to help the channel, always hit the super chats, and we'll make sure we answer every single one of them. Early 2026 draft projects projects as a pretty decently deep tackle draft. Should the Chiefs take the best player available now and draft a left tackle next year? They should, and the best player available right now should be a tackle as well. Take a tackle now, take a tackle next year, take a tackle after that. Never don't take a tackle is what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, you can't ever expect the next draft. Everyone says 2026 quarterback. I saw the tweet from Dan Orlovsky 2 days ago where 2026 draft could be stacked at quarterback. It also could be, you don't know. You don't know. So whenever anybody says that, tune them out. Tune them out, because we haven't seen 2025 college football yet. We don't know enough about next year's draft to do that. All you can do is say, go.
And honestly, if they knew enough about themselves, they would have come out early.
Yeah.
They don't know.
Exactly. Everyone's staying in college football because they don't know. That's why they've got guys that are 24, 25 coming out now and trying to see that. They don't know enough about themselves. And it's in large part because college football doesn't run and operate like the NFL. So guys are like, should I come out? Am I good enough? Will I get drafted where I want to go? I'm getting paid right now. Do I really need day two capital? No. Don't expect the next draft to be better. Just worry about this one right now and worry about that one when you can.
I agree with you. Bengals pick is still in, and they still haven't said jack about it. So, hey, it is what it is. Thank you, Scott. RP, thank you. What players do you see for us now as potentials? Well, Simmons is still out there. Ibuka is still out there. Henderson, they've talked to. I think that's a distant, but still a possibility. 3 Ohio State players. Jahad Campbell is still out there. I don't think they need him. I don't consider him. Johnny Barron's on my board as a first rounder. It'd be a stretch, but if they had to, I probably have him above Henderson if they're dipping down. I would go Ursery or Connery before that, though. And here's the Bengals.
Yeah. I think this one's going to be pretty obvious, honestly. Yeah. Yep. That's exactly who I was going to say they're going to pick.
He's literally the opposite of Trey Hendrickson. His arms might be longer than Trey Hendrickson is completely. I don't know. But he plays a lot different too. And they've been wanting to get something different in there that can push. This is way early for me. I was not impressed with his film. How did you feel?
I understand it. And again, I think when we evaluate players, part of the equation we don't always know. What are they asked to do? And I will tell you from knowledge that I have, Shamar Stewart was not asked to tee off on the quarterback. He was not asked to get TFLs. None of them were asked to do that. He was asked to set the edge and pretty much only do that. Almost exclusively. There are times where you see them knifing in. Like, again, you're seeing some of the packages here.
They show couple of plays.
Yeah, they show. When you see them go loops, stunts, twists, games, Texas A&M's defense is very much like that, much like Georgia's, much like Ole Miss's. These SEC college football defenses are not just one-on-one, go after. We want to create some games. So Shamar Stewart is a bet on the profile and then some of the showcase of what he did at the Senior Bowl. That was the opportunity that he took to show everyone what he can do, and I was impressed with that. So that's why he was at the top of the second round for me, because I still think that he can be a lot more than he was asked to do, but there is question because a guy who has 4 years or 3 years of no production, what does that actually entail? So there are some questions about what he was asked to do versus what he did do, what he produced. But I think there's enough there to bet on.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit lower. I had him between 45 and 50 because of the physical traits that hopefully he can reignite that. Sometimes, unfortunately, you learn bad habits. It's hard to get out of them. And that's one of the concerns for me, because I went back multiple seasons and didn't see enough to make me go, oh, yeah, he can go in the first. No.
And again, with these SEC defenses, they don't develop players. I said it with Mykal Williams. They don't develop anybody. So again, we're talking about maybe Shamar Stewart 2 to 3 years from now is starting to become the player that Trayvon Walker was. This is the same bet that the Jags made with Trayvon Walker. It's the same one.
And it could turn out the same way. There's a significant possibility it doesn't. We're just going to have to see. Zach Miller asked, will Will Johnson, if Will Johnson falls to us? I think it's a possibility, but I'm not going to say it's a strong one. Now, what do you think?
I actually think the Minnesota Vikings will select him, or the Packers will select him. I think that's where he probably goes. But if he does fall, sure.
I have Barron over him. Do you?
No, I've got Will Johnson as my second corner. If I had Travis Hunter on my board, he would have been the first corner. But I had him at wide receiver. But Will Johnson is my cornerback 2 in this class behind Travis Hunter. So I'd be very happy with that too.
Okay, let's take a look here, because I just want to see how we stacked up those corners. So this, I believe, is mine. Yeah, I had Hunter here. With Barron at the bottom of the first, Will Johnson at the top of the second, Hairston right behind him. Dan's very similar. Will Johnson above Barron, but Barron also a first. And then Trey almost third, followed by Benjamin Morrison, and then Hairston. So a good variety there. We have some different opinions on the corners, but that tells you that at least at the top of the second, which might be pick 31, there's
Yeah.
a good volume of options there.
Yeah, and that's again good players. I think Benjamin Morrison got underrated because of his injury.
Yep.
Sometimes, again, Will Johnson played in 2 separate defenses the last 2 years as well. So he was asked to do some things differently this past year while he was dealing with multiple injuries. And we're seeing some more pop up too, which is never great. A knee injury now as well, from what I understand. So there is some concern there from an injury perspective. But his 2023 tape under their now defensive coordinator for Jesse Minter. Just give me a second. I'll always get there.
You'll get
Jesse
there.
Minter for Michigan was, again, some of the best tape we've seen. And I don't know where he got picked on, but I saw that someone tweeting that out, which is always fun to watch and see, but very good player.
Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel, guard, North Dakota State.
And there goes Zabel. Interesting dude, farmer, true country boy. Another of the North Dakota State guys goes. Several have found success, more so than the Northern Iowa guys, that kind of thing. If you were going to take a gamble on a small school guy, this is the school to do it from. He just looks all over the place to me on film. I had him going inside, and I had him in the top 10 of round 2. How crazy is this?
Again, feels like they have to try to get Sam Darnold to be what he was in Minnesota. There's no other option at quarterback for them. And you can't bet next year. Why wouldn't you do this with Geno Smith? Seattle, I need you to listen to me. I need you to listen. You did not allow Geno Smith. You didn't afford Geno Smith this kind of draft capital for offensive linemen. You have, Charles Cross, but other than that, what'd you do? You didn't do anything. And then you traded away Geno Smith, who is emphatically a better quarterback than Sam Darnold. And then you say, oh, wow, the only way we can get Sam Darnold to play as well as maybe he could have played last year is to invest in the offensive line. But the quarterback you already had was better. What are you doing? What are you doing? I don't understand.
I love this part of the show. Thanks, buddy. Because you say the things that I think, and I don't have to be, grumpy old dude. So cheers. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's about time. It feels like it's a whole new era in Seattle. Some good, some bad, but we'll see what they want to do. Again, like you said, Cross had Abraham Lucas as well. We'll see what they end up putting him as a move guard. I kind of like that. If they want to get more power oriented, I think that they could. And I like him out there in space.
Yeah. I like it. Again, guard. I think he's going to be a really good guard. I understand drafting players that you have high grades on, and I think that he's a very good player. I'm just mad about how we got here for Seattle. I'm just mad about it.
It's about what they haven't done in the past, not what they just did now. Oh, Scott, with what Ryan just said and the consequences we're already seeing with Mahomes, why on planet Earth, Western Hemisphere, haven't they mortgaged just about everything to address left tackle already? And that's a good question. There's always a limit. And you don't want to mortgage the future because let's be honest, as much as Dan and I put into this, as much experience as we have looking at this, over 20 years for me looking at prospects, there's always that aspect of risk. The guy you see on film isn't always the guy you get in camp or you get in the third year. So there's always a risk. Mortgaging everything on a single player is tough. Mortgaging it on a position group, I like.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? They thought they were fixing it, right? They did. They thought they were going to be able to bring in Atlanta Brown and have that work out. Didn't work out the way they wanted it to. And that's the thing, is that they haven't been able, and honestly, what all-star tackles hit the market? One did. They tried to go get him. They tried to get Trent Williams. Let's not forget. They tried. They did. He chose to go play for the 49ers. Lost out on a couple of Super Bowls in the process. His own problem, his own mistake, because the Chiefs were more than willing to pay him, and they damn nearly did. So we can't forget that they actively tried. Who's the best option on the market since then?
Oof. Yeah, it's a ghost town, and I wouldn't have traded for Laramie Tunsil. So that's really
No. I don't know what happened last year with Laramie, by the way, but that entire offensive line was bad. I'm willing to bet it wasn't because of Laramie Tunsil.
I want to agree with you, but I'm just not sure. There's an aspect that is like, well,
Bobby Slowick was awful. Doesn't even have a job. Doesn't even have a job. He got fired and doesn't have a job.
You're absolutely right, and that's for good reason. Okay. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate the question. Addicted. Ryan, are you surprised there's only been one wide receiver taken so far? What does that say about the wide receiver class? I'm not surprised at all. I only have has there been two? Well, see, I don't count Travis. So you could say there's only been one. And they took a guy that I didn't have in the first round. I only had one grade anyway. I don't think this is terribly surprising at most. I think we might see 3, 4 if you count Travis. But I'm not surprised yet. This is about the area where I would think they would start to possibly go. Looks like the Bucs pick is in. I'm not seeing Roger yet, so we'll keep on moving. Thank you, Addicted. If Barron is there, do you take him? I assume he's talking about 31. It's close. It's right in the area where I have him. What about you? I think you do too.
I do. He would solve your nickel problem if you want. Again, I think that the Chiefs should put and keep Trent McDuffie on the outside. I think that they should. And Barron gives you another versatile safety player. He's not going to be a single high guy, but I think that he offers enough in what the Chiefs like in terms of with the instincts. He can play in the hole. He can play in the slot. He can play corner on the outside as well because he showed he could do that. So I would not hate the pick at all if he was the guy at pick 31. And honestly, when I was at the combine, listening to him talk, that dude is one of the smartest football players in this draft. He is one of the smartest players in this draft. So it would not shock me. Again, they love smart football players. Trent McDuffie was an insanely intelligent corner. So if that was the way they went, it wouldn't surprise me, and I wouldn't be that mad about it.
Okay. I like it. And it's funny, we have Johnny, we're almost in the same position. So I'm glad. And folks, we don't cross-check. But here's the Bucs.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Abuka.
Damn it to hell. Okay, so Abuka goes to the Bucs. Again, that fit in Kansas City, I just really dig. Dan, you don't seem too flustered by it, though.
I'm confused. Why re-sign Chris Godwin? Why re-sign Chris Godwin?
They shouldn't have. I'm sorry. Did I say that out loud? Sorry, Chris.
No, I like Chris Godwin. I do.
But he's always hurt. Like they shouldn't have re-signed him because
you just drafted the same. You just drafted the same player but younger
and thicker.
And you drafted Jalen McMillan last year. You still have Mike Evans, who you just paid a bunch of money to. So now you got 4 receivers. What are we doing? What are
and
we?
You still got Baker. Did I miss something? Still Baker throwing the ball, right?
I love Ibuka. Top of the second, he was my 3rd receiver. What are you doing? I don't know.
He was right at this spot for me.
Are they going to trade Godwin? Are they going to trade Godwin?
Maybe. That's a good point. And he was right at the top of the second for Dan. So not terribly surprising. This is literally where I thought he would go.
Sorry, we gotta really quickly here go off here. Jeff with the 20 gifted memberships. Thank you, man. Thank you,
the man, Jeff.
That's awesome. Congratulations to everyone that just got a free membership to the RGR Rogue Nation. Wow, that's awesome.
Thank you, Jeff. That is incredible, especially on a night when we're all here, we're all having a good time. For you to go the extra mile, very much appreciate that.
Man, thank you so much.
That goes a long way. This is a great community. And for those of you that are just getting a free membership, welcome to it. It's great. You can get in the Discord. You can upgrade to rookie. You can get all the extra content and stuff that we do, including all the rants that I think we're probably both going to have some of in the next week or
Just
two.
a little bit of them. And Jeff, not to outdo himself, already has a 20 super chat in here. Thank you very much. What's the chance of a wide receiver versus a tackle taken at this point? What do you think, Ryan?
Well, this was one of the 3 players that I would have targeted in this round. Nolan's gone. Now Agbuka's gone. Simmons is left. So that tells you. A lot of folks have Burden as a first-round pick. I don't think either of us did. No, I have Golden next and then Burden. You have Royals next and then Burden. So we both have players there. So there's still a possibility there. If Simmons goes, it becomes way more likely, in my opinion. If he doesn't, then that becomes, oh man, that becomes an argument between Andy Heck and Matt Nagy, to tell you the truth. And they might even call Patrick. I don't know what's going to happen at that point.
Yeah, I don't know, man. This is, I think it's still depending on the board. If the board stays the same, it's tackle, and it's not close. It's really not close for me. I still think they want to probably try and trade up to get Josh Simmons. He's falling further than I expected him to. So maybe teams are kind of scared off by the patella, and that is something you have to take into consideration. But the Chiefs will do what they can with injury stuff. They do their homework, and we've seen it work out for them multiple times. So if that's the decision that they make, I'm okay with it. Man, just thank you so much for the support, Jeff.
Yeah,
with this gifted super chat, the gifted memberships and the super chats. Thank you very much. And just you being here again, all over 1,100 of us in here together. We're getting closer and closer to the Chiefs draft pick, and we're all excited, right? We're all excited to have it, and we very much appreciate it. And thank you for the love and support.
Yeah, hell yeah. Damn. I tell you what, you guys are great. And it's funny, I just got a message literally 2 days ago, because the first thing I ever did on this channel, I put out one short video and then I did a draft. So it's been 7 years here on YouTube. So thank you guys for being here. We appreciate you. We couldn't do it without you.
What is he doing? He's did it again.
Oh, good Lord.
Did it again.
Well, damn. Everybody gets it.
Everybody.
One for you.
For everybody.
Well,
Man,
I tell you what,
thank
he's
you.
not alone either. Dan Rowe,
Ooh.
thank you as well. You guys are rocking it.
Man, this is incredible. You guys are just putting out a little bit of a competition here. There's a gifted,
Not a
there's
little bit. Oh, wait,
gifted
there was a
chat.
fiver from before. Jeff's in the lead at 45. I'm just going to call it like I see it. I'm just telling you. Holy cow. So for you guys that are getting your free memberships, you get to do all the emojis and the extra stuff in the chats. And then you go up to rookie, you get the content, you get the discount, you get in Discord, all those things. It all starts here. And thank you guys for spreading the word, both of you. Damn.
Man, you guys, incredible. And we do have to take a quick break about the support with the Broncos. It looks like the pick is in. I would imagine we'll be getting the announcement here shortly. But what do you think the Broncos are going to do right now?
I know from 2 sources that I have that are third level out, that's how much they were working to get up in the draft, because they wanted to go running back. With Genty going, I think Hampton is certainly still in the running here, and I know they want to supplement the run game. Did I do something dumb?
No, not you. Not you. Keep going.
Okay. I know that they want to help Bo Nix with a run game that can actually support him. I think that might be the direction that they go.
Yeah, I think you're right. I had Travion Henderson going to them in my mock, but that's just because of some smoke. But I think it's between one or the other. Not to be outdone by our in-house membership gifter, Minotaur.
Damn.
50 gifted. Thank you, man. You guys, the love is out of this world. This is incredible, you guys. Thank you so much. And Minotaur, you are in here giving away memberships all the time, constantly super chats, asking great questions week in, week out. Thank you so much. It doesn't go unnoticed. We see it every week, every day that you guys are in here, and the constant support and love that you guys in this community have for us, in a community where we've talked about it before. Chiefs coverage is not hard to come by. Great Chiefs coverage is not hard to come by. And the fact that you guys continuously come back and support us in these ways like this, man, can't thank y'all enough.
Not at all. And Mr. Uber Crows, I hope that was just a free upgrade for you. It's great to see the community grow, and we love doing this. And you guys have embraced us, even though through the years we've had several contributors that come and go, and we're always changing things a little bit here and there. But Dan and I continue forging forward. Gary's been with us for quite a while now. No sense in changing that. And we cannot grow without you. You guys are doing the job. Here's the Broncos pick. Can you even hear these when I put the mic up, Dan?
I can, yeah.
Okay.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB.
Whoa. So running back was not on the board for the Broncos.
Or it wasn't past Genty is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
It would have been a settlement there. This is a fear pick, in my opinion. This is, holy crap, we have to defend Worthy and Rice and Brown. And God, if they get another one, what the hell are we going to do? We got to go help out Surtain and get better. That's what this says to me.
I like Riley Moss. I think he got better last year. I think that there's a cap there. I think there's a cap there as well. And this gives them what the Chiefs were doing with Snead and McDuffie in the first 2 years there. You can put Jahdae on the outside with Patrick Surtain in their base packages, and then move him into the nickel and put Riley Moss on the outside, or vice versa, however you feel about that. That feels, honestly, maybe not necessarily like a fear, but a completion of their defense. And again, smart football player. The defense is already extremely good, and now Jahdae Barron is adding to that, and a player with the instincts and football IQ that can take the football away from Patrick Mahomes. Things that we have, again, this comes down to them trying to defend against Patrick Mahomes.
And specifically, I have to go look it up, but I know he had at least one overlap season with Xavier Worthy against him every damn day in practice. Yeah, he's got skills. Exactly. He's got ball skills. He can move. This is an anti-Chiefs pick, period. You cannot convince me otherwise. Son of a bitch.
But it's a good pick. It's a good pick, and I hate saying that about Denver. A dub freak with 5 gifted. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you so much, man.
No one's getting outdone because Dub Freak came in, laid that one down. Mintar hit the 50. Jeff comes right back. Cheers. Cheers.
Dude, come on, man.
Oh, you guys are rocking it. Everybody's a member now. There's 1,200 people in here. Everybody gets a membership, evidently. Cheers to you guys. And Andrew, we're coming right back to you, but I just wanted to let you know, folks are paying attention, Daniel. Mark got you bookmarked so we can go back to it. I appreciate it.
We can't go full we can't go full rant on the live streams, even though YouTube has loosened the rails a little bit. But every now and then when somebody does something stupid, you're gonna get a little takeaways.
Yeah. Here's where the rubber hits the road. The Steelers are on the clock, and this was at one point a few weeks ago by a number of guys that are connected to the league. This was his floor. They look pretty happy. I'm not terribly convinced. I don't have Shedeur in the first round at all. I think you didn't either, right? You had him mid-second. You and I have him in exactly the same place, I think. So I will be a little bit surprised. I think Jackson Dart is the better player. That's just straightforward. I don't know if he fits Mike Tomlin better or not, but I'm going to be really interested to see what happens here.
Yeah, I think that I have Shedeur going to the Steelers in my latest mock, and granted, it would not surprise me. Granted, the pick is in. I was going to say this could be a spot where you trade back maybe if someone's looking to come up to get somebody, but it looks like the Steelers are going to be picking here. And I don't know, man. I still think it's going to be Shedeur, but if it's not, I don't think he's getting selected.
Well, Ship agrees with you. I'll just tell you that. Yeah, I don't think he goes tonight if it's not here. Unless the Chiefs are pissed and they'll take a lesser offer for someone to come back in.
Maybe.
That could be a possibility, because when I go back and I look back up at the top of the draft, it always makes me like think about, okay, what would I do if I was trying to be crafty and I was the Browns and I took Mason Graham? Maybe I want to come back in for a quarterback, even if it is Shedeur. If I took Abdul Carter with the Giants and I don't know what's going to go be the future there, maybe I do that. Looks like I missed it, but here's the commissioner. Oh,
Wow.
Daniel, how do you feel about this one?
It makes a lot of sense in terms of where I don't know. I was not expecting them to go defensive tackle here. I was not expecting that. I was definitely expecting Shedeur. But again, Cam Hayward's only getting older. And Cam Hayward had a fantastic year last year. He's going to continue to play. This is the guy to come in and play next to Keanu Benton for the next decade plus. He can play one tech. He can play the Cam Hayward role after he retires or after he moves on. So honestly, again, as much as I hate it, it's a very understandably good pick for a team that has riches along the defensive line, and they're adding to a possible upside player. Again, not the pass rusher that everyone really pegged him to be, not the most productive based off of what I watched. People really thought he was an explosive backfield player. I never saw that. I saw a much better run defender with good kickstand technique, can take on double teams, can play 3, can play 1, can play out to 5 for you if you need him to. But again, with the Steelers, this makes a lot of sense.
Folks, for the record, because I didn't say it out loud, it is Harmon, Derek Harmon, Oregon defensive tackle. I saw a little bit more than you did in terms of penetration and pass rush attack, but it was creepily inconsistent. Like, for no apparent reason, it was inconsistent. So I completely agree with you. This is
a problem.
Yeah, this is early. I had him at the top of the second as a fallback position, even in Kansas City. Again, if Nolan and Graham were gone. But here, I don't know. Maybe the quarterback stuff is all smoke, and I think this is where we start to see them not show Shedeur Sanders very much longer.
Very interesting. But we talked about, I've actually been thinking about this for a few years. We saw the NFL show everyone their hand when media was talking up Malik Willis and that group, that crop of quarterbacks, and only Kenny Pickett went in the first round to the Steelers. And they were like, we learned a lesson there, it looks like. And the NFL does seem to have soured on this group of quarterbacks, which they should have. I don't have a first round pick grade on any of them. I don't. So I thought Shedeur would go in the first round, and I could understand it. He was my quarterback 1, but to this point, unfortunately, Andrew, I appreciate the support. And if you are still here watching this, I would like you to ask another question, because now it's irrelevant, but I will still. I was going to say that this made a lot of sense, like I suggested, where the Chiefs might be able to move up, or someone might be able to move up with the Pittsburgh Steelers to trade back for Sanders. But if you would please ask another question in the chat, because I feel wrong with the super chat upgrade with now that the Steelers pick is done.
And I'm sorry, I just got carried away. I didn't see it until it was already done. So yes, please, Andrew, throw that out there, and we'll take care of you. Let's go to Trevor. I'm glad we don't have to play Colson Loveland 2 times a year. Yeah, I agree. Because I'm not sure who I'd line up on him right now. I got to tell you.
There isn't one. There's maybe Jaden Hicks. Maybe you can get away with that. Maybe. But that's your option in terms of guys to line up one-on-one. No one else can do it. So yeah, I'm pretty happy about that, because if he would be here, he'd be the pick. He'd be the pick for the Chargers almost with a bullet. You could almost guarantee it.
Oh, yeah. After their history, I mean, yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Trevor. Appreciate you very much. Andrew, same to you. We try. Dan is a very good dad. I'm a decent person most of the time. I can't say always. I'm glad to be part of this community myself as well, and thank you for saying it. Thanks for doing the show. Let's go, Casey. I appreciate you, pal. thanks for being with us. We couldn't do it without you, to be honest, because Dan and I did it for a little bit when we first met. We talked to each other on the phone about stuff. We didn't put it on film. And we were like, we need to put this out there. So we've seen what that looks like.
Yeah, and we appreciate the support, guys, so much, and just that y'all are here still, right? Just still here and wanting to be a part of the community and build it to where, you know, we're over 30,000 subscribers now, which is insane to think about all the time. So thank you guys again so much.
Yeah, absolutely. Keep spreading the word. We're going to keep on growing, keep doing our thing. As Lone Wolf is another one of our members. If Hampton is there at 31, do the Chiefs take him? Not what we would do. Do you think the Chiefs do?
I think if he's the highest player rated on their board, yes, I think that they'll take him. And that's again what this comes down to. It's going to be who is the highest player on their board that's still available.
I agree with that completely. I have a feeling Trevion Henderson's above him because I think they want a screamer third down back specifically.
I'm fine with the idea. Problem is, they don't have somebody that can be his Quinshon Judkins in 2026.
Right.
They don't have one.
Right. You cannot, and I know everybody's like, what about Pops? Yes, Pops is great. Hasn't been able to stay healthy. We don't know. There is no sure thing. Kareem Hunt is a nice adjunct. He's not a sure thing. You got the best 5 games you could out of him last year.
Yeah.
And that bottom of the barrel was tapped. So this is a combo progression. Personally, if I had everything else squared away, I'd take Trevion about a round or two ahead of I take Scadaboo. And then I think you have it. I think that's a 1-2 combination that you can run on first and second. You can throw on third. You can put them both out there if you need to. And I like that.
Yeah, I'm not taking 2 running backs in the top 140 picks. I'm not doing it.
That's why I said if everything else was done, because you know me,
Yeah, right.
I wouldn't do it either.
Absolutely.
But I like those two as a pair is my point. And I will be sad when Scadaboo goes to another team. I just won't be able to avoid it. Adam, thank you, buddy. No reason to apologize, pal. We're here for you. Watching my Leafs go up 3-0. Good job, pal. I
Nice.
almost had tickets to the Avs last night. Came this close to being on the glass. I was so pumped. And then fell through last second thanks to my wife's work friend. So
damn.
he knows who he is. He's probably not watching, but if he is, I know where you live. Do you think who do you think we draft given who's already been taken? What's your gut telling you right here?
I mean, right now I'm saying Josh Simmons. If they've done their homework, they had him in. Like the Chargers are letting this go all the way down to 0. Apparently, it feels like they're trying to trade down, maybe. But it feels like Josh Simmons is the guy, and if it's not him, it's Henderson or Hampton.
Yeah, that's what it feels like to me too. Oh man. That it makes me a little sad. I like options, but we might be looking at a situation. If another hour and a half from now, well, hopefully less than that, an hour from now, we're talking about the Chiefs who selected Josh Simmons. We've been talking about trading up to have to get him for the last 3 weeks. You know, maybe Brett Veach knows a little bit more than we do. For those of you who like to think that I act like I know more than Brett, I don't. I know a lot. And I think I can project how he's thinking about things. But if he sits at 31 and Simmons gets all the way there, I will rescind my whole thing. You can do anything but pick at 31.
Yeah. And again, we have to go off of the information that we have. We don't have all of the information they have. So yesterday I tweeted out, I didn't feel like the Chiefs I didn't feel like Josh Simmons would fall past 15. Based off of the little information that I get about his positive injuries and some of the need, other teams just went with different need. And I thought made some I've had Simmons going to the 49ers. And I thought the 49ers made a very large reach in drafting Mykal Williams. I had a 2nd-round grade on him. So I can't know that, right? I can't know that. I can't know where this is going to go. I have to go based off of what I have, information I have. So we're seeing now that maybe Josh Simmons will fall to a point where it's a minuscule trade up, or they don't have to at all.
Yeah. Hey, and there are worse things. Chargers pick is in. I'll go to it as soon as it pops up here. But I wanted to get to the next question. And Drew, thank you. You guys should have way more subs. But we agree. So if you would spread the word a little bit, we'd appreciate it. Hit that thumbs up. That'll make them show it to more people. That always helps. And thanks, buddy. Who are your first round grades that are still available, if any? Thank you, Marbles. That's a great question, and I should probably do this more often just by habit. I'm going to take your question down, Marbles, but thank you. We appreciate you. And I'm going to switch over and get. Actually, I'm going to switch us, and then I'm going to go to this so that you're not covered up, so you can walk through your board, and I will switch it to it right here.
All right, so the picks that I still have first round grades on are Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan, Jod Campbell, Alabama linebacker, Donovan Jackson, interior offensive line / tackle, Ohio State, and Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State. So that's, again, I would not have a problem playing Donovan Jackson at tackle first, by the way. I
agree.
Have had zero issues with that.
Here's the pick.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton, running back,
There it is.
North Carolina.
So Hampton goes to the AFC West, just not to the team you were hoping for, folks.
Interesting that the AFC West just drafted 2 running backs. I'm just going to say it now. This idea that the way to beat the Chiefs is by controlling the clock is provably false. I'm just going to say it now.
But they're going to do it.
They're going to try.
Man, yeah. I mean, with both AFC West rivals taking running backs, it is, yeah, it's special. That's for sure. Yeah. So that was, Marvels, for the record, that was one of Dan's last ones as well, as a first rounder. So it's significant. It's falling away. With Sanders still on the board, will a team try and get back in the first round and we trade back? That's the thought. I personally feel Dan disagrees. He would have Sanders next. I would have Dart next. Either way, if we get another 5 picks in, the phone starts ringing for Brett Veach. Somebody wants to get in there. I don't know that the 5th year option is as much of a deal as it was, but I do think it's a thing still. I don't think everyone's blown it off. So if you're looking to make your mark as a quarterback buyer in this draft, you might be looking for it.
It might make a 5th year option might make more sense to these quarterbacks if you feel like you need. My problem with that whole Jackson Dart thing is that he's already played football for 4 or 5 years. You want 5 more years of Jackson Dart? I'm sorry. Like no, I don't. I have nearly a 4th round grade on Jackson Dart. Like I'm just not there.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's at the top of the 4th round for me. I have Kyle McCord, Riley Leonard, Tyler Shuck, and Jalen Milroe all graded higher than Jackson Dart. So
wow,
my own personal opinion, and I just really did not like his tape, considering how long he's played and the tools that he possesses, how often balls downfield just kind of died. For a guy with his arm talent, I did not enjoy that. And the offense, we've seen this Ole Miss offense not translate to the NFL time after time after time. So while he's probably better than Matt Corral,
yeah,
just I don't know. I don't buy in.
That's absolutely good. And folks, for the record, well, I don't know what we are. 2 hours 57 minutes, and for those of you that are complaining, we never disagree. We completely disagree on this quarterback class right here. So enjoy that fact. We'll have stuff for you either way. So back to Mr. Williams. Thank you for another contribution. We appreciate you more than we can say. What wide receiver do you have highest on your board? Being a Mizzou guy, Burton would be great, is what he's saying. Neither of us had him at the top, but I think, where is he for me? I have one guy in front of him still in Golden from Texas, and you have Royals in front of him, and that's it. So he is the number 2 on both of our boards currently, Jeff. And yeah, I do think that he brings something. He does play, I think, in the slot in the NFL, which makes him problematic for the Chiefs, in my opinion, because I think they still want Xavier there quite a bit. I don't think they're going to make a wholesale change, but I'm just not sure if they're sold that he's ready to put in the work. The things that I've heard about the attitude and the dedication are the problem.
Yeah, and then that's the thing. Like that's what I noted coming into the season was that there was too many times on tape where he just didn't care. And we don't project that kind of stuff well. And when you watched, like, there's differences. When you watch Texas offense, I know for a fact that their wide receivers are coached to not do anything on a lot of plays. If it's a screen going the other way, the other receivers do nothing. If the ball is going somewhere on first read, without a doubt, the other receivers are basically told to not do anything. So those things are a little bit different. For Burden, I saw him give up on routes, just plain give up on routes and not try and actively avoid blocking.
Yeah, that's the
Did
big
not
one for
was
me.
not happy about that.
Yeah, and that's the problem because you're not a full contributor to the offense at that point. You're
Correct.
just a guy who wants to be throwing passes, and he's hellacious when he has the ball in his hand. I mean, I'll give him the credit, but you got to do the other things in order to get that ball, and everybody's got to contribute in every way possible. Just look at Juju Smith-Schuster. I mean, the guy blocks more than he can catch now, yet he still comes up with some big plays.
He's going to give you a 100-yard game every now and then because he's just in the right spot because he runs his routes and he knows where he's supposed to be. It is what it is. So with Green Bay still on the board here, we have about just under 2.5 minutes to see what they're going to go. I actually have Luther. So it didn't make it into the final edit of the mock for whatever reason, but I had Egbuka going to the Chargers and Burden going to the Packers. No, sorry. I flipped that. Yeah, no, that was right. I initially had Burden going to the Chargers and Egbuka going to the Packers, and I flipped that, but it didn't make it into the final edit. So I think the Packers might go with Luther Burden here, considering the wide receiver construction room that they have. I think that would make some sense. But overall, again, you might think Jaden Reed is only a slot guy, and if they think that Burden's only a slot guy, then maybe you don't go him here. But either way,
it's going to be interesting. I do think he goes in the top 50. I'm just not sure it happens tonight. Thanks, Jeff, and thanks for everything. Well, thanks for you. Guessing Simmons won't get past the Texans. May need to trade up to the Vikings at 24. You're not the only one that thinks that. Mark was asking as well, what's needed for the Chiefs to get to 24? My guess is you're going to have to give up 95. I would love to think that you wouldn't have to, but I think I'm just being wishful thinking at that point.
Most likely, they're going to want a third-round pick, and you're not going to give up the 60. You're going to give up the 90. And that's where the trade-off comes in. Are you willing to wait 6 picks, 7 picks until you pick to see what happens? Or are you going to take this third-round pick and go and get the guy that you want? We know Brett Veach is most likely to do that if he can.
He is. He was always, if he can. There's a limit to how much he'll give up, and I think that's smart. I can overpay a little bit. I can pay full price at the register and feel okay, but I'm not giving you a 30% tip on top of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
Like, I don't need the discount, but I'm not going overboard. Tatum agrees. Like, the ball control thing just isn't real. It makes your life harder because now allows the Chiefs they can't just go athlete at linebacker, which is what I would like to do. They got to keep some thumpers and not just Nick. I wonder if we don't see Leo in more middle snaps this year to try to take some of that wear and tear after the injuries Nick had last year.
Honestly, they should. And then they should let Drew lose a little bit of that weight to where he was playing kind of like safety-ish.
Yeah.
And let him play well. Let him go back to playing well. Please, let him be more the coverage guy. I'm tired of this.
I like it. I think that's a great plan. Let's see. Burden wasn't great at MU. Do you think he will be better in the NFL? Generally, that doesn't happen. It is a possibility. And every team has a different way of supporting them. The Chiefs have not only counselors, but social workers, all kinds of stuff. But if your attitude is just your attitude, this is the same way I feel about Shedeur Sanders. If you just think you're better than everybody and you're not, you got to fix that. Nobody else can fix that. And that's kind of where it comes down to.
The big difference is, though, that Shedeur puts the work in. He does. I've seen a lot of the stuff that he does, and he puts a lot of work in. Also because Deion rides his ass. Like,
yeah,
he absolutely does. But Luther doesn't look like he does. It looks like he believes he's just going to be the greatest receiver every time he steps on the field, in this.
Here's the pick for the Packers. Mark Murphy.
To the NFL for bringing the draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
Except Kansas City.
On behalf of the Packers, Packer fans here in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere, it is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our
Today.
community, particularly since they are the only.
It'd be great, Mark. I'm getting older every second you talk.
Just out of curiosity, how many of you
Oh God! Just out of curiosity, you plan on getting to the point?
we also have the
My cousins are all owners, so I've had enough of hearing about that already. Let's go, Mark. Today. Jesus.
the early days of professional football.
Yes, thank you. Make a pick.
And in 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion Green Bay Packers, for the first time since 2002, draft a wide receiver. Matthew Golden, wide receiver.
Oh,
Golden goes next. I had him as the next wide receiver to come off the board. I'm a little surprised. I didn't think they would go there.
yeah. I'll be honest with this one. I like the wide receiver for them. When you have as many injuries as they do with the wide receiver position, and no real dynamic guys in an offense that really needs timing based players, they don't have any. Jaden Reed is their yards after catch guy, but they have no timing based receivers. And I've said this before, Matthew Golden is the best wide receiver in this draft class when it comes to playing on time. He plays with great timed hands. He plays, his route breaks are always on time. He RPO offense, great slants, great quick slants. He does all of that very well. He has a great adjustment to the football as well. My big problem is that his speed is not on film.
Yep.
It's not there. He's not a yards after catch threat. He is a possession receiver. I don't think he's going to be able to just make guys miss in the NFL. I don't see it. I didn't see it at Texas. I didn't see it at Houston before that. So I like what he offers from the timing niche perspective, but it's a little high for me. I understand it though. I do.
Yeah. Like I said, I agree with you. I had him at the top of the second for all of those reasons. I saw a couple flashes on film, but it wasn't enough to make you think that it can be consistent. But at that point, they feel like they have their quarterback, so they weren't going to go there. They feel like they have enough defense, especially with some of the guys that are just starting around into shape, that they feel they can do it. I thought corner was in play for them. Maybe not. It'll be interesting to see what they do. The NFC North looks like two teams are kind of separating to me. I'm not sure the Vikings can keep up at this point.
It will depend on if JJ McCarthy is the real deal. That's what it comes down to me. And again, I believed in JJ McCarthy. I believed in him. I still think he can be a good quarterback, but again, we don't know because he got the injury. And honestly, at Michigan, he wasn't asked to do a ton. So it's a lot of projection. I really like JJ McCarthy, but if you see what the Packers might be trying to accomplish here, we know that their defense last year under Jeff Hafley was quite good, and it's only going to get better, in my opinion. So the offense is trying to make up some ground there, and unless Jordan Love plays more consistently, it won't really matter. It just won't. But if he does take that next step, they are right there with the Lions, in my opinion.
I think it's going to be really interesting, that whole division. And I'm chuckling here, not at you, at Golden taking the mic back from old Roger, talking directly to his new fan base since he's there in Green Bay. So
that is a choice.
Good for him. Good for him. I wouldn't do it, but I like to see it. So, hey, cheers to him. The Vikings pick is in already. They were ready. So I had thought this might have been a trade out candidate for the Chiefs. Evidently not. My guess is from here on out, they're out of the trade market and they're going to have to wait till 31.
I agree with you. I actually have Will Johnson going to the Vikings in my latest mock draft. And I know that there are some long-term concerns about his injury, the knee injury is what we're seeing most recently. But Will Johnson, I actually had Judd Campbell going to the Cowboys in mind. But this is the most Brian Flores pick if I've ever seen it. And if it's not Judd Campbell, I'm just saying that right now.
Okay. I like the way you're thinking. Chiefs fan 15, I'm sorry. We didn't get that on there until after Golden had been picked. Again, apologies. I'm going to try to get through the questions quicker here. And so we'll move on to this as we're looking at Golden highlights. What do you guys think about the CB out of Kentucky, Maxwell Hairston? Do we draft him at 31? Thank you for being a member, Carson. I like Harrison. I really do like his nickel ability, the fact he can play zone and man. I would put him on this roster, but I have him at the top 10 of the second round. I don't have him as a first round grade. I know some do, including McShay. I can't remember, Dan, where did you come down on him?
I have him in the bottom of the second, in the second half of the second. So I've got Trey Amos and Benjamin Morrison above him in the second round, and then a little bit of a gap, and then Harrison. Again, he's a nickel player, but he's for a guy who plays on the outside, he has to play, in my opinion, he has to play a nickel in the NFL. I don't think he can play on the outside. I don't think he can survive. The physicality is not really there for him. And what I see is a guy who at 31 isn't versatile enough to play outside and nickel or safety and nickel. He is a nickel. So I'm only going to take that in the second round.
Here's the Vikes.
Select Donovan Jackson, guard.
Oh, shock.
And announce him as a guard. There you go. You had him in the first. I did not. I had him as a tackle. They do not. Interesting pick. They are doing what they can do to put a versatile offensive lineman in front of J.J. McCarthy to make sure this injury thing is not a problem that they have to continue to deal with.
Oh, shit. Sorry about that. We have a trade.
Let's do this.
The Giants just traded up with the Houston Texans, who everyone thought was going to take Josh Simmons, and are now on the clock. Who is the pick?
This is a quarterback, is my guess. This is what I theorized about yesterday. If you go top player at your number 3 pick, you come back into the bottom to pick up a quarterback that isn't worth a top 10 pick. No. I think this might be it. Is it Shedeur? They had some linkings in the process. I don't know, but that's where I'm leaning. What do you think?
I think it's going to be Shedeur. Again, not just because I don't like Jackson Dart very much, but because of the connections that are there. The way that he wins is, I also think, one of the ways that Brian Daboll wants to operate his offense on timing and getting the ball out accurately. That's what I think that they're working towards. So it could be, it could be Dart. I wouldn't be shocked by that because I don't know, man. The Giants do weird things, but overall, this regime isn't going to be here next year anyway. This makes
Probably
no
not.
sense to me. But that means Shane's going to be gone and Dable is going to be gone. They're trading back into the first round for a GM and a head coach that aren't going to be here next year. I don't know. That's
the difficult part. I think they sealed their fate last year. The front office certainly did. I don't know how you recover from that. And I don't know. If they're smart, they think this gets them through. Dable, I'll give Dable credit. He changed Josh Allen, even in the first season, from the path that I thought he would be on. I thought it would take Josh longer to evolve. I credit that to Dable and his mentorship. If he can do the same thing, again, I still think it's Dart that has the better path, even with Dable, to get to the point where he's functional on the football field and isn't taking sacks every 5 seconds, isn't destroying drives. Shedeur Sanders had the worst of my main specific metric for quarterbacks this year, and that's how many drives did you win and how many drives did you kill? And he had the worst ratio in college football, and that's why I won't take him. And that's why I'm surprised that he'll be able to be a guy that ascends above more than a middling quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, it's any of these guys would not shock me if none of them work out.
Yeah.
Again, it would not shock me if any of them did it. That's why I don't have first round grades on any of them, because
That's fair.
you're hoping, and that's what it is. So whoever they end up picking, unless they have assurances from the owner, they are not getting fired this year. This makes almost no sense to me to trade back into the first round for a quarterback.
I get it, especially ones with questions that you just, I don't know a lot. And the chat seems to be split on it. Who do you guys think? Keep talking it. I want to see, who do you think this is? And is it not a quarterback? Do you think it's someone else? That's going to be my next question. Joshua, how mad will you be if we draft a Scatabo? I will not be. It all depends on where. Dan, would you be frustrated that he's not a burner? He's slow.
I'd be a little frustrated because, again, where's the explosivity? And Brett Veach specifically said we're looking to add an explosive running back. He specifically said it. So if they did that and then drafted Cam, it would make no sense to me. And the direction where this running back room is going would leave me very underwhelmed.
I can concur, other than the fact that if they think Pops is not going to be able to survive the season and they're looking to replace him with a grinder, he would be my choice. But I still wouldn't take him before day 3. Honestly,
correct.
I don't think I would. Judkins I could see in the 3rd, and I have Caleb Johnson just slightly above. I probably put both those guys at the bottom of the 2nd, and I shouldn't have. They're the two that I have above Scatabo, except for Henderson. And I like Scatabo more than most, and I had him in the 3rd. And in all honesty, I did this board from what I would do, not specifically for the Chiefs, but mostly for the Chiefs. If the Chiefs take him in the 3rd, I think I'll be a little frustrated unless they've got a really good value at their first 3 picks.
Yeah, and that's the thing. We want to find some value, some middle ground.
Yeah. If we're not going to have a high impact player, a blue chip from the top of the first round, then you want to have value. MP, thank you. Where do you guys have Jaden Higgins? I think he's a sleeper at wide receiver. It's crazy to me that no one's talking about him. Well, Dan talks about him all the time. He's one of Dan's guys.
Well, I like Jaden Higgins. He ended up grading out lower than I expected. I have him closer to the middle of the 3rd. And when I went back and watched his tape, I didn't like that he was bullied as much as he was through his routes for a guy his size. I like his footwork. I like his release packages. But I felt like if you got physical with him, timing, the route tree got thrown off, and at the catch point, obviously he's quite good, but he didn't do enough with contact around him through the catch point that made me feel like if he's not creating separation, I'm okay with that. Like when we look at McMillan, he doesn't create a ton of separation naturally against man coverage, but he comes down with footballs while contact is all around him.
Yeah.
I didn't see enough of that with Higgins to say I'm okay with that. And I got worried about his ability to get open in the NFL.
Fair enough. I had him just a little bit higher, maybe 10, 15 picks higher than you did, but I concur with what you're seeing there. Looks like the pick is in. When old Raj comes up, I will jump it so we can get the audio. But in the meantime, we'll keep on rolling. Dub Freak, thank you, buddy. Except I just said that, and here's Raj.
To the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart, quarterback, Mississippi.
Jackson Dart, Jackson Dart, I did that 4 years ago when he was a freshman at USC. I love that song, and I love it for him. Welcome to New York. My number 2 quarterback goes number 2. He's just about 10 picks before I would have taken him. But I like what they're going to do here. Again, back to what we were saying before. This is about Dable. being able to turn him into something he's not right now.
I just added the New York Giants to my. I just did. This is. It's a mistake to trade up into the first round for Jackson Dart. It's a mistake.
Agreed.
You could have gotten him in the second round. You could have gotten him in the second round. You didn't have to trade up. This regime is not going to be there next year. It's not.
Jackson is not going to be their savior. Is that what you're saying?
No. Jackson Dart's not going to save their job. He's not going to start over Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson does more. No, he's not. Russell Wilson does far more than Jackson Dart does.
Dibble will not put up with that BS. I predict by midseason Jackson starts is the starter.
Well,
and that's more about Russ than it is about Jackson.
That's a fair point. Russell Wilson's deep ball is at least accurate. It's at least accurate.
If he can get it out there.
He still has a better deep ball than Jackson Dart. Everyone that points out his arm strength, again, it's not accurate. It falls down. I don't think this is a good pick. It's a bad trade up for it. It's not good. And the Atlanta Falcons traded back into the first round too. Here we go.
Oh, we're on fire today, folks. Okay, we're gonna let this audio come back up. Sorry, it won't be as loud. I disagree that it's a bad pick. I also would not have traded up for it though, so I do agree with you there. I would have just hung in and waited for it. Again, sorry, Dub Freak, we were just a little bit late. You felt like Houston was going to take Simmons. They traded out. So would it be worth trading back to 36 with Cleveland and maybe get third round swaps? That is one of the options. If this move takes away Simmons or somebody else that they really want, I do think Cleveland is a good option to move back to. I don't think 36 is too far to fall. Do you?
No, I don't think so. Especially if you feel like from there to 36, a lot of the guys that you have will still be there. I got no problems with that.
We will see. I'm hopeful this is not about Simmons. I did not expect the Falcons to be coming in. Fontenot has turned very aggressive with the whole F it, we're going to take Penix last year.
Yeah.
And now what they're doing here, kudos to him. No offense. I thought he was a bit of an empty suit until last draft. And now it feels like it's starting to come around.
Yeah, I think that they've started to realize they kind of don't have a choice, right? Teams have to get a little aggressive at times, and if you don't, you're just playing catch up all the time. And the Falcons have been playing catch up. They've been taking first round swings on really good offensive players, and none of it has really panned out. And their defense has gone the opposite direction, and they kind of have to get aggressive. I don't know who this is going to be for, though. This is an interesting one.
Who moved out of that pick?
26 would have been the Bills. No, I don't remember.
Yeah, no, the Bills are 30th.
Yeah, it was. Let me just pull this up here. Rams.
Oh, yep. Okay, gotcha.
Wait. The Falcons gave up a 2026 first round pick to do this.
What?
Never mind. The Atlanta Falcons, no matter who you select, you are added to the losers.
You're wrong. No matter what. Here's the pick.
The 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
Oh, no.
That's a mistake.
Oh, no. Say it ain't so.
That's a mistake.
Oh, what have you done, Jerry Fontenot? You already took Jalen Walker, for shit's sake.
They must be playing on a linebacker. They legitimately must be playing on a linebacker.
They must be good.
Oh, this is all kinds of bad. This is all kinds of bad. Oh, man. They are headlining the losers list. Headlining.
Jerry, give me a call. You need some damn help, okay? Oh, my God.
Oh, man.
They give up. The Falcons got 26 and a third. A future first to get Pierce that you could have had in 40 more picks. Because he can't play the run.
They also gave up their second round pick this year.
Good
What are we
Lord.
doing?
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like Raheem, but I feel like he's got too much influence. This is another round of craziness that just cost you next year's draft. What in the hell are you doing?
I'm stunned.
I'm baffled.
I am stunned by this.
I agree with your earlier statement. This is a regime in Atlanta that is to the F it stage. We got jack shit to lose. That's what they're saying.
James Pierce is one of the most unpolished rushers in this class. He's raw.
I believe I referred to him as sushi in the draft guide.
That would make sense. I'm actually shocked for them to give up a first round pick to get a guy who may never turn into anything. That is something.
I'm just absolutely baffled. I got to look at the compensation again. It is. Go.
It is. It's a first round pick, a second round pick, and a fourth, I think.
My God. Somebody stop. Somebody shut down the phone lines in Atlanta for the love of God.
I mean, so the Falcons got 26 and a third, but gave up their second round pick, number 46, a future first round pick in 2026. Oh, and then a seventh round pick. Never mind. But still.
You gave up a second first to move up 20 picks. I don't even know what chart that makes sense on. There isn't a chart that makes sense on.
I'm lost. This is talk about playing by your own rules. Oh my gosh. All right. Well,
okay, so I'm going to write Arthur blank so that I can maybe get a job when they get canned.
Good God. Man. Wow, that's something else.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, folks. Last year I defended the hell out of him because Penix is a quality player in my opinion, and if you see it and you can do it, do it. The quarterback's worth it. This kid is a maybe pass rusher on third down only.
They didn't trade up to get Penix.
Right. Yeah,
they didn't trade up. They stayed and they picked.
They gave up a. Oh my God. I can't.
By the way, does anyone think Atlanta's going to be good next year? Do you think they're going to be good next year or this year?
I think they're going to drop bombs. I don't know if they're going to hit, but they're going to be dropping bombs.
We're talking about a possible top 15, top 10 selection next year in the draft that they just gave up to move up to pick 26.
To pick the second best linebacker that they just picked in this goddamn draft.
Jalen Walker's a better pass rusher than James Pierce is.
Yes.
At defensive end, he's better.
Folks, I apologize. If you have the kids around, I'm sorry. This stuff drives me insane, and this is what I kind of live for this. So I will ratchet it down and speak better. I'm sorry. Wow. I just got nothing. Jeremy, it would be great if we traded up for like absolutely. I'll give you 257, and I just want to get in front of Brandon. That's all I want. I just want to get in front of Brandon just one more time. It'll be great.
I'm still stunned right now, guys. I'm still stunned by this. Like, okay.
Info so certain he's going reverse jinx here. So the opposite of this is what he means. Ready for Simmons to fall to KC and then not take him. Okay. I'm glad you explained it, bro, because I might have read it on the first side.
Yeah.
Faithful, thank you. How confident are we can get an explosive player? Well, if you're getting the offensive lineman, he's about as explosive as it gets in this class on film, but we haven't measured him, and he's coming off an injury. He may not be that explosive ever again. If you want explosion, they could not take the tackle.
Exactly. Like I mean, not right now, not for the first round. I don't think that you're looking at that for the first round, but you still have options in the second round. I saw somebody throw out there earlier why I had Jalen Royals so high, because I think he does everything well. I think he does everything well. I actually comped him to a Stephon Diggs, Minnesota Stephon Diggs. I think that's what I see when I watch him. Very good route runner, tough after the catch, very good after the catch, actually. Borderline, I would say excellent after the catch, almost borderline elite yards after catch skills. Sees the field very well, really good release packages, and can win from outside and inside. I have no qualms about him being able to win at any part. He plays all three positions like Andy Reid wants. So, I mean, explosive, you're going to be able to find explosive players, running back, wide receiver, tight end, all throughout the day two in this draft. So I'm pretty confident they're going to be able to find one of those guys.
Yeah, I hope so. Pick is in for the Ravens. When Roger comes out here, I'll switch over to him. And of course, as soon as I say that, he starts walking out. So let's see what the Ravens are going to do. If I know anything, they're going to take somebody I like and piss me off.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean, this writing's been on the wall since the season ended, right? Like, there's no player in this draft that's more a Raven than Malachi Starks.
Yeah, it's just like the whole Kyle Hamilton thing. Like, Kyle Hamilton's a unicorn, and they matched him up with Malachi Starks. So it's a really good pick for them. It's not going to blow anybody away, but he can now play in the nickel, take over for Marlon Humphrey, who is burning toast as we speak. And Malachi Starks can take over for that almost right away. So he's going to play too high. He's going to come down to the nickel. Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. We are 3 picks away from the Chiefs being on the clock. They have not traded up. They will not now, is my guess. That's kudos. Right now, it appears that one of the players that we've thought that they should have, and apparently they thought they should have, is still available. As long as one of your rivals doesn't screw you. And the Detroit Lions that beat them in a week, year opener, crazily. The Buffalo Bills and the up-and-comer Commanders. You never know. I doubt the Bills would go, Simmons, but we're going to have to see. And one other thing just became very, very clear to me as I'm looking at my board and Starks goes off of it. It is very clear that Jahad Campbell is not right. There's something in that medical for him to have fallen to this point, and my guess is he doesn't go.
He did have an injury. I just didn't think it was very serious. But apparently he was scared off by it.
Yeah, because his tape is good. His athleticism is good. There's got to be something medically there. That's the only explanation for me. And the Lions pick is in. I will go to it when it comes up.
Yeah, we still have Malachi Starks walking up to the stage, so we still got a little bit of time before they announce that.
And another kudos to you, dude.
What?
It's a rule of mine since college. Never wear pink. Period.
Oh yeah.
Damn, son. All right.
He looks good though. He looks like he can do that. He can pull that off.
All right. If you say so. I don't think any man looks good in pink. That's just me. Ryan, how concerning is the board has fallen for the Chiefs? At what pick, if a trade up doesn't happen, should we consider staying pat or moving down? I mean, it's never say never. If you get a phone call in the next 5 minutes that says, hey, the Bills are going to take Simmons, I'm talking to the Commanders. Yeah, so I won't ever say that it's done till it's done. But it looks like you're probably going to be okay because I don't think the Bills would need to take Simmons. Commanders now, I don't know.
That's where that's the worry right here. That's it. But they just traded for Laramie Tunsil. So that becomes less concerning when you put it through that perspective and that lens.
Very fair. Very fair. At this point in the draft, where does Casey go at 31? Right now, the best player on my board is Josh Simmons. But he's a giant freaking question mark. If the Chiefs worked him out last week and they kept it all wrapped up tight, none of us found out, no leaks, and they found that, man, he isn't right. And our MRI shows that he's not going to be right, then they're not taking him. And they shouldn't.
All of this hinges on their 30 visit. That's what it hinges on. If it went well, they will draft him. And again, the reason why it always made sense at 31. Why? because they don't have to start him year one. No, they don't. He can sit the entire damn season. He doesn't have to play. I've made this case, and if they pick him, I am going to I'm going to clip every single time I have said it, and I am going to put it on Twitter. I'm going to put it on Blue Sky. We're going to put it on the channel. I've said it since all of this. He never has to play in 2025, ever. And if that's all you're worried about is him coming back and aggravating it or making it worse, you don't have to worry about it. So I think right now the pick is going to be Josh Simmons, unless he's picked before.
Yeah, I agree. That seems to be the way that's landing. It's Will Johnson. I mean, if there's serious medical on Jihad Campbell right now, the best linebacker available is Carson Schlesinger. They're not going to go there. I don't think they'll go Watts or Imanwari, who are the next two safeties on my list. I don't think any of that's happening. So could it be Johnson? Could it be Hairston? Possibly, but again, only probably if Simmons goes. And maybe this Travion Henderson thing is just smoke, but that might be their backup. How pissed would you be if it was Mason Taylor?
Oh, I mean, I don't have a first round grade on him, but
either.
would I be like uber pissed? No, I wouldn't be pissed. So I'd be frustrated because again, but if they do, let's say if, that tells me that Josh Simmons isn't right, and then
Right.
I'm far less upset with the move, because if they don't select him and if he's available at 31, that means that they aren't confident. If they're not confident, I'm fine.
Right. And if that is the case, then I want him to get the hell out of that pick.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So it feels like they would have done that if they had that little confidence in it. Feels like they're hanging around for him. But that's just
All right, well, the
here's
pick's
Roger.
about to be announced.
With the 28th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Tyreek Williams, defensive.
Woo! Wow. Okay, we both like Tyreek quite a bit. I did not expect him to go in the first round in any way. How about you?
Again, I had him as my defensive tackle 3, and he's just on the verge of a first round pick. And that makes a lot of sense in a pick where a draft where you only have 16 first round pick greats. So I love this pick. I think it makes the Detroit Lions a lot better in the interior.
Yep.
And they needed it, especially with all their injuries. This is a very Dan Campbell pick.
Oh, yeah.
Very Dan Campbell pick.
This is a burst in the room and knock every plate off of every wall. I love this. This
Absolutely.
is like, I like Detroit now, and I don't generally like them. Buster, that one's for you if you're watching.
It's a great pick. I'm happy looking at the board that we've got here that I've got up, and only one really, really big reach, and that's Jackson Dart. Everybody else is a second round pick grade for me.
You said that just to hurt me, didn't you?
I did.
Oh, that's funny. Oh, I would argue that he's less of a reach than Pierce.
I know. For you, I understand that, but not for me. Yes.
Okay.
I got Pierce in the second round.
Okay. So did I. All right. Commanders on the clock. We got to see what happens here. Thank you, Matt, and thanks for the support. We very much appreciate it. Remember, you guys, we're going to do this all over tomorrow night. We're going to have way more picks. 3 for the Chiefs. As it stands right now, 3 for the Chiefs tomorrow night. We will do this same thing. And then we will wrap up the draft on Saturday night after I'm home. Did y'all know that Atlanta was just 2 edges away from a Super Bowl?
Obviously.
Really? Well, hell, okay. Thanks, Barry. I needed that one. That was kind of good. Oh, man. Bills to take Simmons for payback due to McDuffie. Kelly, son of a motherless. You're probably right. Why do you got to take me down the road?
Nah, it's look, I don't think they're about payback in drafting places that you don't. Not that you shouldn't be drafting, tackles and edge play and trenches anyway. I think the Bills are still deprived of wide receiver talent, and honestly, they might need a running back soon because James Cook wants to get paid a lot of money. He's not
Oh, yeah, he
reporting to
do.
off field. He's not reporting to anything right now. So you never know. Maybe they go running back here, but there's lots of other positions, and I don't think the tackle is on the top of their list. But you never really know.
Man, you don't. Kyle, are the Bills going to swoop in and make our draft again? History is on our side. It certainly is. That was my favorite piece. If you guys didn't see it, maybe I'll try to clip it again. Literally, as we were coming in to take Xavier Worthy, I said, thank you, Brandon, because he's the man who got it done for us. Brandon Bean is our best asset. I'm just saying.
It's true. It is very true. I love being able to make little trades with the Bills after they beat them in the postseason every year. It makes me very happy. And now the pick is in for the Washington Commanders, and we are going to find out very soon who the Chiefs will be selecting. I am quite nervous. I'll be very honest with you because of this year's draft, because of the shape that the Chiefs are in along the offensive line and the future of that offensive line and the possibility that Josh Simmons could be in Kansas City. I'm very excited and nervous right now. You guys are living proof. We get to see these things happen. At least now the draft was made, right? The Falcons made the draft for us. Like they gave us something to talk about, much like they did last year. They gave everyone something to talk about. And I'm excited from that perspective, at least.
Holy cow. Yeah, I am too. I mean, damn, I could not have predicted that. Not in a million years, because I had thought that was going to happen. Good Lord.
So question.
Yeah.
What if it's Jihad Campbell?
If it's Jihad Campbell, then I have a serious problem with paying Nick Bolton.
Why?
Because in my opinion, they need their overlap. I don't think that I am comfortable with Jihad taking over Drew Tranquil's position. I'm not comfortable with him taking over Leo Chanel's position. I think you shot yourself in the foot twice right there, if that's what you decide to do.
That's fair. I do also think that Jihad projects best as a middle linebacker in the NFL. That's why I had him going to the Cowboys as high as I did. But I can see a situation where he's a will right now coming out and playing will and kind of pass rushing on third downs. You offer some of that as well. So I think from a talent perspective, I would be excited, but from a practicality standpoint, I'd be like, yeah, I don't understand.
Yeah, that's a lot of money you just threw around for not necessarily needing to. Mike Green sitting in Virginia Beach, looking pissed off. Yeah, sorry, Mike.
Well, maybe you shouldn't have allegations, buddy.
Yeah, right. That's the way the cookie crumbles. Keep your nose clean. Folks in Marshall love you though, so enjoy it while you got it. Let's see what happens here. It's in, but now they're going to commercial. Is this what we're going to do?
I thought we already were at commercial.
I thought we were too, but now I'm just seeing hovering logos and whatnot here. All right, here comes the dude.
The 2025 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Connerly Jr.
Oh, I almost panicked. Holy cow.
So is he playing guard or right tackle for Andrew Wiley? He's playing right tackle.
I don't know.
Against predominantly power rushers on the right side. Is that the plan?
I don't know.
Is that the plan?
With their move system, I think they probably leave him at LT and see what happens. Who's out there for them right now?
They just traded for Tunsil. He's their left tackle.
See, the only part of the Tunsil trade that I recognize right now is the Houston side. I totally forgot that's where he went. Son of a. Okay, all right. Yeah, maybe you're right. I don't care.
Yeah,
I had him in the top 10 of the next round. Not a loss. I don't think Josh Simmons visited the Commanders.
No,
he didn't. If I remember the list. So it doesn't necessarily mean that they think he's blown, but if the Bills should not take Josh Simmons, so he's there for the taking. If the Chiefs don't, it means something's wrong.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah, this is again. We know that the Chiefs medical staff clears things that other teams don't. We've seen that in action. Okay. I'm not
Yes.
saying that Josh Simmons is going to be fine. I'm saying that Josh Simmons is the only place where he doesn't have to play right away outside of Buffalo. But they have their tackles for long term. Dawkins and Brown are there for the long term. They are. So realistically, teams that drafted tackles needed them now. The Patriots need him right now.
Yeah.
The Jets need Bemembo to be their right tackle right now.
Yeah.
The Saints need Kelvin Banks to be their right tackle right now. So I don't know. I think I might be really disappointed if they don't pick Josh Simmons. He's on the board.
I know. I know, right? Now I'm going to be like, wait, it actually fell all the way and you screwed it up? No, they won't. They won't.
You
If they don't,
the building and you said, "No, we're good."
right? I mean, that's like a huge rut row. Oh wait, maybe you can't move with a crowd. I don't know. I mean, but here's the thing: they had him in late. They were one of the last teams to see him.
Yeah.
If they don't take him, it's not just for a reason; it's for a damn good reason. And I will say this: if he falls, they might come back and get him later.
Yeah.
Because they probably know better than just about anyone. And as I said, the rumors that I heard is that it is functionally not as bad as it was originally thought.
Yeah.
And his progress in recovery is very much ahead of schedule. Good point, Mahomie, 72-62. I'm not sure what that means, but that is another option here. I know a lot of the Mizzou fans want it. He is available as well, unless he goes right here to the Bills. But I tell you what. Oh, yeah, Steeman, thank you for the reminder. Folks, if you see it first, do not pick it. I'm going to put it on the television. You're going to hear it here. We'll all be on the same page. Don't post it if you see it before me. So let's see. Bill's pick is in.
I do feel
Let's
like this is
get
going to
to
be a
it.
wide receiver. Yeah. Don't you?
I'm ready to be on the damn clock. That's all I'm telling you.
So I'm going to guess Jalen Knoll out of Iowa State is the pick
Are you?
for the Buffalo
Okay.
Bills. That's what I'm guessing.
Okay. I ain't going to argue with you, dude. That is my goal today, is just to not argue with you. Because you
I'm
know
just
the
excited.
wideouts better than I do. Hell, you've known the wideouts better than I do since we started.
Yeah, well, granted. I mean, I think that he's kind of similar to what they have in Khalil Shakur, so maybe not. But Luther Burden would make a lot of sense too for the Bills, just in terms of structurally what their offense is and what it does necessarily need. So,
okay, our clock has begun. The Bills' pick is in. Lou Riddick is talking. Usually, I like that. Not a guarantee, but usually. Roger's having coffee or something, and I'm patiently waiting because I'm on the clock. Raj, let's go.
Come on now, guys.
The UCLA linebacker's name is Carson Schlesinger. He's literally Carson Steele's twin that plays on the other side of the ball.
Yeah, he is. Carson
literally.
Schlesinger. He's a good player.
Their cousin Teddy Buchanan played over at Cal. They're all the same dude with the same hair.
The same guy. That's funny.
And I love them all.
All good players. I mean, I didn't get much. I didn't see much Buchanan, but heard good things.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like him. He's just he reminds me of a good Sorensen. Like,
gotcha.
He shouldn't be an inbox linebacker. He shouldn't take on linemen. Okay. We are going to have someone special announce the Bills pick just so that Roger can make me wait even longer. Thanks, Raj. I don't know who planned this stuff out, but they certainly aren't a Chiefs fan. I'll tell you that. So best available. If the Chiefs did go wide receiver, who is it? Who's the best fit in your opinion?
I mean,
Royals?
best fit again is Royals. I think he can do everything. And Andy Reid typically likes guys that can do everything. And Jalen Noel's a good one. Then it would be Kyle Williams.
Okay.
Washington State wide receiver who I really like.
Here
But
we
he's
go.
in the 3rd round.
Let's go Buffalo. With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Brandon. That's all I got. I like Maxwell Harrison. I did not have him as a 1st round grade. That's okay. I got to tell you, my initial reaction is straightforward. I think we'll get to the Simmons pick here in a minute. I think they will make that. This is, again, for the 2nd time tonight, maybe the 3rd time tonight, an anti-Kansas City pick. They brought Harrison in to deal with Worthy, period. That is the reason that you jump this right now. That's the only thing that I can think of.
Yeah, I'm interested by that. And again, we see that the Chiefs want to play 3 wide receivers, but 3 tight ends as well. I maybe they
Chiefs
think
have traded out of their pick.
and they traded out. Oh, they traded to Philly, so they're going to 32.
Back one.
Okay. Back one. All right.
Okay, so
hey,
we're still on the clock tonight, folks. We're still
still on
here.
the clock tonight. The Eagles are set at tackle. They weren't worried about that. So
I can't believe they
who are
played with Brandon again.
they didn't.
No, but they were trying to. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
My God, that's funny.
I wonder what the
Comp is.
compensation on that will
Yeah,
be.
I'm waiting on it. I didn't mean to interrupt your train of thought. Please feel free.
Oh, you're good. Again, maybe the Bills think more about what Maxwell Harrison can do, but we'll find out. Obviously, they got 164, so they picked up a 5th round pick, like I suggested they would try and do the entire offseason, and that's exactly what they did. They get pick 164, and pick 32. So that again makes a lot of sense for the Chiefs. Move back 1 spot and pick up another day 3 pick where they've been pretty successful at getting contributors out of. So Maxwell
Very
Harrison,
much so.
small
So-
frame, 5'11", speedy kind of guy, but I don't know if he can play outside in the NFL. But we'll find out.
Agreed. But I'm completely with you. He is nickel all day long, and I like him there, and it makes me feel comfortable that McDuffie can be where he was if they had gone this direction. Okay, quick put you on the spot. 5th round pick. Who you targeted?
Running back. Running back. I don't know who exactly I'm targeting, but if the Chiefs pick up a 5th round pick, it's because they have their eyes set on someone that they don't think they're going to get in the 7th round. That's exactly what this yells to me. Maybe a developmental, maybe it's a safety, maybe it's a cornerback. I don't know. But all I say is right now, I have to stop what my train of thought is, because Mr. Ubercrows with 50 gifted subs in the chat. Thank you. This has been the craziest draft show we have ever had. And you guys are making it possible. Oh my goodness gracious. Thank you so much for another 50 throughout the evening. That's just incredibly generous. Very, very much so. Thank you.
Yes, cheers. And by my count, Daniel, you have lost the bet. That was the 5th trade of this round. I was right.
No, it wasn't. That was the 3rd trade of this round.
We had one. Oh, I'm sorry. We had
it was
2.
the 4th one.
We had 2 for 5. Then we had 25. Then we had 26. And now we just did that.
It's the 4th one.
It's the 4. Okay.
So I did lose it, but it was 4 instead.
I don't care. You lost it. That's all I was here.
Yeah,
for.
I did. I definitely did. I didn't expect the Chiefs to trade, so they screwed me. The Chiefs screwed me on the bet.
Oh, by your own team, son of a
son of a
man.
bitch.
I love that. I have, by the way, your guy Tootin at the top of the 5th round. I have Dante Thornton in the 5th. I have Bringerstool in the 5th. I have both a KU tackles in the 5th.
Yeah.
I have Mello Dotson moving to safety in the 5th.
Oh, that's interesting.
I have, what else do I have? I got all kinds
Robert
of stuff.
Longbeam. I have Robert Longbeam in the 5th.
I have Longer Beam in the 5th as well. I have Pegasus JJ in the 5th.
Okay.
Right. Maybe I'm right. I don't know. But hey, yeah, there's some options there, folks. There's some options for that new pick that they just got.
All right. And yes,
Man.
Iceberg, I was absolutely stabbed in the back. Also, I have Carson Vinson, Alabama A&M developmental tackle in the 5th round.
What? You mean developmental
Traits
arms?
for-
That's what you mean.
Right? That dude is long. He has traits for days.
Oh, man. I don't know if I thought I saw that before, Kyle, but I just wanted to make sure. History is understood. Okay, so I did cover that before it happened. Logan, thoughts on Mike Green or Johnson if Simmons is gone? Will Johnson, I think, again, is the same situation as Simmons is riding on the medical. I am not a Mike Green guy. There's too much baggage, and I'm not sure it translates from the level of competition that he's at to be an impact player at the NFL. Late day two, I can see it, but I'm not doing it here.
I think he's a better pass rusher than FAU was coming out, but he's along the same lines. He would need more pure strength. I think he does have speed to power. He showed that. But again, showing it against Josh Connerly is not really showing me much. Connerly doesn't handle power well, so it is what it is. But overall, relatively same bucket of players, I would say. Lots of pass rush upside, developmental run defenders, and the Chiefs have done that already. They have that on the roster.
Okay, I'm with you. Clinton, thank you. That'll show you how to fill the black hole. Running back, safety, or DN, I think, is what he's saying for that new pick. I like that. A lot. Thank you, Clinton. Greg, nice to see you. Thanks for the support. Thoughts on Savion Williams?
I like Savion.
Savion. Talk to me.
So Savion is Debo Samuel-esque, but he'll make a crazy play. Like, how'd you catch that? And then how the hell did you drop that? Like, he is a wide range of outcomes as a player. A lot of it for the catching stuff comes down to this. Hands come apart too far when he's trying to catch the football, and that either lets the ball travel too far, or it clanks off this finger, or it clanks off that finger. Nothing is symmetric with the catching technique. He's a good athlete. I don't think he runs a full route tree, which isn't his fault. It's TCU's fault. And a good, big, athletic kind of player who you'd be forced to run into the Rashee Rice role.
I did not put him on my board.
Interesting.
The film that I looked, and obviously you were the primary on the wide receivers. I only looked at them really quick this year. I just saw everything riddled with drops, and I took him off the board.
That's fair. I have him at the end of the 4th round. So, like, we're talking 4th, 5th round player. And again, if they pick him up with that extra 5th round pick, I'm not going to be mad about it. I'll be like, all right, cool.
Rock and roll. I watched the other Savion, folks. So Chiefs get 32 and the 5th. Cool, clean, and collected. Okay, I like it. Now, can you just tell me who the Eagles took so I can get out of the way?
I said in the chat I would give 50 if the Chiefs moved up. They technically did. It was slim, but it met the criteria. You know what? I appreciate the way you think and the way you talk that out. And just thank you so much. Again, we can't thank you enough here as Roger comes up to announce the pick. Thank you.
First pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Yep. It was so easy to see it coming too.
He's so their type. And again, another team that is comfortable with their medicals. They have linebackers on this roster. He's not taking Zach Bond off the field. He's not taking Nolan Smith off the field. They have time. He doesn't have to go be an impact player right this second, in my opinion.
Feels a lot like what the Ravens usually do. A player that they love just falls to him. Vic Fangio is going to love this guy. He is going to eventually be their Mike linebacker in a few years. And right now, if he's healthy for the season, he can come in and be a designated pass rusher. They don't need him to be what he eventually will be. He can learn in the system and be a designated pass rusher right now. He's explosive. He's really good tackler, and he just has a nose for the football.
And he can heal that shoulder, already in. Most importantly.
The pick's already
in. Here we go. Here we go.
Already in.
All right, I love
guys.
it. Oh, sorry, I got a little hair trigger there with the volume.
It's all good.
I'm
It's
just
all
glad
good,
this
guys.
is working. You guys can hear the pick as we hear it together. So, again,
Oh,
no
man.
spoilers if y'all are seeing it right now. We're excited. We're excited.
All right. I'm interested, though. I'm interested. Why'd they move up? Did they think the Chiefs were going to take John Campbell?
You saw this too. No, they didn't. They thought somebody else was on the phone with the Chiefs.
Okay,
That's exactly
fair.
what they were doing.
That's fair.
So
I
they felt
appreciate
they
that,
had to get their guy.
Okay. All right. Well,
Oh.
I'm going to tell you right now. If it's not Josh Simmons, I've already talked myself into it being him. I'm going to be a hair disappointed, no matter what.
I have to say that right now it feels to me like it is Josh. If it's not him, it's Travian. If it's not him, man, I wouldn't be comfortable with Luther, so I can't say that it's going to be him.
Yeah, I feel.
I don't think Darius Alexander's worth the pick. I don't think Savone Rebel's worth the pick here.
No,
Plus, there's a little injury baggage there.
Trey Amos, possibly.
Trey, okay.
Or
I
Will
have them right
Johnson
together.
Yeah, but again, Will Johnson's falling because of a knee injury. A knee injury that people are very worried about. The Chiefs traded away L'Jarius Sneed because of a degenerative knee injury. I don't think they are going to be drafting Will Johnson with possibly the same kind of injury.
I agree. I would take as Raku before I would take Mike Green. I
have them right next to each other. I get that.
Tuimalu before I took Mike Green.
I wouldn't. Okay.
Who else? I mean, there is a possibility that if Josh is gone, or if Josh is not healthy, could they just bite the bullet, having picked up that 5th round, and just say, "Okay, give me Ursary now, and we're not going to screw around."
That was my original pick. The very first person that I broke down was Ariante Ursary. It was Ursary because of the experience factor, and that might weigh heavily for the Chiefs. They very well might. What if it's Nick Scorton? How would you feel about Nick Scorton?
I will puke on camera.
That feels like a Spags defensive end, though, doesn't it?
Oh, it does, but not here. Hell no. Where do I have him? I don't even remember where I put him.
See, I have him in the 2nd round.
I think I parked him in the 4th.
Funny enough, he played at Purdue before playing at Texas A&M last year. They would have 2 Purdue defensive ends in the room if they did that.
Yeah, I'm not here for that. No, thanks. I'll take Azaraku, like I said. Oh,
I have my phone turned over so I don't get updated on anything, and so we all can be here together listening to this and doing this.
Yeah, I am turning out this right here. The pick is in. I am turning off only the starred. Nobody put in the chat. Do not ruin it. Here we go.
Please.
From the Chiefs draft room.
Kansas City, there's their legendary coach, Andy Reid.
There's Andy Reid. Brett V standing next to him.
Doing that, they've won a bunch of Super Bowls in recent seasons. Mel, what does this team need? I look at the kids and go about injuries, right? Jahad Campbell. How about Josh?
I'm just going to listen to Mel Keiko, which I never do.
So, that's interesting. That's a choice.
I'm looking right now. If you guys are watching, look around the draft room and see what people think.
Oh, not anymore.
Son of a...
We have to wait a couple more weeks, so a month and a half. Fine.
If you look at again, well, I'll finish it up quick.
Oh, they got it there live.
Patrick Mahomes has lost the Super Bowl.
I like it better when I can see Andy's face.
You got to make sure it gets protected. This has to be some form of protection.
Oh, Book, just stop. I'm shutting this off. I can't listen to him.
Yeah, I can't listen to Book, man. He's just so bad.
Oh, no. I mean, I am struggling to see how it's not. Josh
I agree.
Simmons right here.
It doesn't make any sense if it's not. It has to.
Here's
be
old
Josh
Roger.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons.
Done.
It's Josh Simmons, baby. Let's go.
And they moved back. They didn't have to go up and get him. They moved right back. Wow.
Yes.
We've been talking about this for a very, very long time. What this tells you is that his recovery is in a place that they are comfortable. Is it ahead of schedule? I can't tell you that. But it means that the Chiefs are comfortable with this. They're showing you even a couple of snaps he used to take over on the right-hand side. He can do it all. He is the best graded tackle film in this draft for me. He is tackle 1 based on film alone. The only reason he is here and not in the top 15, maybe 10, is because of this injury.
That's it. Honestly, if Will Campbell played, if I thought Will Campbell was going to play guard, he would be tackle 1 for me. And if he played all season, he probably would end up at tackle 1. He was playing the best football. Only reason Will Campbell's up there for me is because I think he's just a more complete player at this point, and he's not hurt. That's it. Josh Simmons was the guy. And by the way, everyone, you can go and check out the film review that I did on Josh Simmons on RGR right after this, so you can see exactly the player that the Chiefs are getting. That would be now 3 years in a row, multiple years in a row, where I've done a film review of a player
on the guy
in the first round on the guy the Chiefs have selected. They have a type. We've kind of identified what they go for. And Josh Simmons, I don't care what anybody says. He has 34-inch arms, guys. Measured at the pro day at 34 inches. Verified. Don't come at me with 33-inch arms. 34, nope. He is.
And I think it's better than that, actually. According to Dane Brugler, I believe it's 34 and an eighth.
Yeah, there you go.
Not that the eighth matters. I'm just saying. I'm going to double check that just to make sure. But
either way, he doesn't have. The only concern here is the injury. And again, it's the injury. But again, I've said this. I've said it. I will say it. He doesn't have to play a damn snap in 2025.
No,
he doesn't have to. And again, this also plays into my tinfoil hat theory that Jalen Moore is your right tackle in 2026 and Josh Simmons is your left tackle in 2026. That's what this is for me. This was Jalen Moore's get in the building. We're going to get you some snaps. You're going to play right tackle for us in 2026. That's his best spot, in my opinion. And Josh Simmons' best spot is left tackle. Now, if they end up flopping, whatever, I don't care. But we also now have confirmation that Kingsley Suamataia is most likely a guard.
Yep.
That's fine. Unless he plays right tackle next year or the year after. We don't know. But he's most likely a guard.
Here's the key. Kingsley Suamataia is going to be one of the top 5 offensive linemen on this team.
Correct.
I don't care where it is. Would it have been great if he worked out at left tackle? Sure. If not, that's fine. There's time here. Moore can play left here. You can back him up. If Kingsley has to go back out there because Moore doesn't work out, you're still just buying time for Simmons to come along, to fully recover. And let's be real. It's not an ACL with him, but just like an ACL, he is not going to be back to full strength at any time in this coming season, his rookie year. He will not be able to be full strength, fully recovered until the following season. And the Chiefs have laid the groundwork to allow that to happen. Will they? I don't know. But we're going to find out. I'm pretty excited. I was biting myself to not get this excited, especially as it started to fall. But Daniel Jeremiah said it the other day. McShay had it 2 days ago that he was going to fall all the way to him. And kudos to them. They told us the truth, and it worked out that way.
Yeah, again, I didn't expect it to because the tape was the tape. And if the injury stuff for everybody else came back the same for the Chiefs, it just felt like other teams would have taken that risk. But again, like I said, the only real place where the needs are for the future were in Kansas City. The only place that he could come and not play a snap this year is Kansas City. Other teams need more impact players. And while Josh Simmons might not be an impact player this year, it doesn't matter. This is a real plan. This is okay. We've tried to just take guys and plug and play them.
Mm-hmm.
We did that again this year, but also we thought ahead. We went and got Josh Simmons because now if Jalen Moore plays great at left tackle and we want to get rid of the guy who didn't end up working out in Juwan Taylor, Josh, go play right tackle. They have a plan in place now, and they have executed it, at least to this point. Games still have to be played. We still have to see these guys on the field. But they took to heart. We can't just throw bodies at left tackle and just start them. But now this is the plan's starting to come through.
The other thing that this does, it gives you a fallback position for both guys.
Correct.
Like you said, if Moore doesn't work out, Simmons looks better, Moore goes to right next year, you gain all that cap space, 27 against the cap for Juwan Taylor this year, you get yourself out of hell, right? If the opposite happens, it's nearly as clean because Simmons has played right before. It's
Correct.
not a request. It's not go learn something new. He can do that. If it turns into a battle and it's just, hey, who do we want where? Having that flexibility is probably the biggest asset that they just joined themselves. And if I get Jalen Moore that's a functional right tackle and he doesn't work out at left, but he can start and he plays as well as Juwan Taylor for half the money, I'm sold, and good for them.
Best 5 mentality. The Eagles have operated this way for the last however long, and that's how it needs to be. Andy Reid and them always say, get the best 5 on the field. I feel like sometimes they don't listen to their own words, and they don't actually do that. But this will put them in a position to actually play the best 5 and not have to force anyone into a starting position too early. If best case scenario, Josh Simmons comes back and he's fully healthy midway through the season, and he looks good. You're like, oh, maybe we can play him. Maybe we can, I don't know, sit one of these tackles or someone, again, knock on wood, gets hurt. He's there and he's doing a good job. This is just a great situation to be in. And I understand the bust potential. First round picks, any pick, there's bust potential anywhere. This is pick 32. They traded down to get a guy with, again, an injury problem that they have checked out. They've done their homework on. And if it ends up being a bust, it ends up being a bust. But they have 4 guys right now at tackle, at least with tackle in their wheelhouse, which again, I still am a believer that Kingsley can play tackle in the league. 1 year does not prove to me that he can't. So you have 4 guys now that have the ability to play tackle, which is a situation the Chiefs have not been in at all.
And that's the change. We're not trying to do a thing to fix it. We're trying to do all things to fix it. Because 2 strikeouts at Super Bowls because of the same damn problem. I hope that this signals that they've learned their lesson. Dub Freak, thank you. Right. Then do we now move up in the second round? I love how you moved on so fast. Well done. Right. What's next? Okay. Also, thanks again for the coverage. It's nearly 5 a.m. here in the UK, and we've made it easy to watch all along. How about them, Chiefs? I appreciate you, buddy, and thanks for staying up. Get some coffee or something, for God's sake. Cheers to you. If they choose, and I like the acquisition of the 5th for the 5th. I also like it to move up.
Yeah.
I like to move up from 95. I like to do something else. I'm going to play with the thing tonight and see what we do.
You don't have to lose one of your top 100 picks now to move up. You can use your 5th round pick. You can use a 4th round pick, and you still have those middle round picks that the Chiefs really do like on day 3 to get upside players. So now you find someone. You don't have to sacrifice a day 3, an early day 2 pick or a top 100 pick to go get somebody.
I would split it, and I would use this as the sweetener. I would go from 63 to 53, and I would go from 66 to 80 or something like that and throw in the 5th if you had to. That's what I would do, is spread some of those out and maybe move up the 95. If you could get them into the 80s, all of them, I would feel really, really good about what's about to happen tomorrow.
I like it.
You're the man. We're going to run through the rest of these super chats, folks.
Yeah.
Then I'm going to go record Locked On Chiefs, so don't miss that. Thank you, Dub Freak. You're the man. Have a good day out there in the UK. Scott, thank you. If someone would have told you they'd get Simmons and still trade done for the 5th pick from Philly too, would you have laughed? Absolutely. I would have cried hysterically is what I would have done.
Absolutely.
And then I would have said, thanks, Howie. Go get your guy. Mark, thank you. It's been a blast hanging out with you guys tonight and watching the draft go Chiefs. Thank you, Mark. Couldn't do it without you guys. We appreciate you all being here. I left all the ads off tonight because I wanted us to just have a nice, clean experience. spread the word. Ask some folks to rewatch it, and maybe we'll get some of that back. Minotaur, absolute W draft pick. And now we have a 5th round pick. And you said it exactly right. Thank you for your support, Minotaur. You're the man. Kyle, thanks for all you guys do for all of us who don't have the bandwidth to keep track of all the prospects. Looking forward to seeing you guys at camp. I am as well, Kyle. Thanks for being a member. Thanks for pitching in,
Kyle.
helping us out here. Thanks for being on tonight. We're going to do the whole damn thing again tomorrow.
Hell
And
yeah,
we
we
have
are.
just as much for you as we did tonight. Hopefully, a few more trades, a few more kind of crazy things. Thanks to the Falcons and thanks to our Chiefs, we got stuff done. It's going to be awesome. Cheers and thank you. Thank you, Dave. Appreciate you very much. You've been here forever as well. We
Thank you,
peaked
Dave.
at over 2K tonight while we were watching this, and I thank you guys for being here. Enjoy your Friday, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Daniel, get some sleep and rest the voice, bro.
Oh, I've got a little article to write before I go to bed tonight, so we'll do that,
Damn.
and then we'll see about the sleep. But thank you guys very much for being with us, interacting, and the support was more outrageous than I could have ever anticipated. The gifted sub, guys, you don't know what that means to us, and that was incredible to see. Thank you so much, and to all those that got a free membership, enjoy it. We'll have some rants out for you. The Falcons will be on the rants coming up soon, and enjoy that part of it.
It's going to be a blast. Thank you, guys. Have a great night. We'll talk to you tomorrow night. Thanks for watching this video from the team at RGR Football. Click these videos to see more and subscribe to RGR Football.